Come on.
Don't do anything. It looks like it's all taken care of itself.
Well, it looks like I need to.
Okay, hold right there.
I wonder what that would tell me.
So they should all be on in just a few minutes. They were just wrapping up a meeting with the county commissioners on a different line. So I think they should be starting here with us in just a minute.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you're good. I'm Jessica North. It's nice to meet you.
Hi. We are Mike and Sandy Marion, Jacob Wolf's parents.
Yes. Lisa and Jacob are amazing. And you've got amazing grandchildren. So.
Let it be.
I can't read it.
She wants to sign up for public comment tonight. Her topic is more intense.
Tully, let's put Tully on the sign up, please. Okay. Got you, Tully. Got it. I would like to call this meeting of the Board of Education study session to order. It is May 12th and it is 5:30 something, 5:34. Pierce?
Here.
T? Here. Lynch? Here. McHugh? Here. North?
Here.
As far as moving to approve the agenda, somebody please do that, but do we have everybody here for the FOA? We don't need to do that?
They're all here.
Okay, great, so we don't need to make them, so somebody,
I move to approve the agenda as written. I'll second.
Pierce?
Yes.
King?
Yes.
Lynch? Yes. McHugh? Yes. North?
Yes.
Couple of housekeeping things, if you're online, please make sure that you're muted until an opportunity where you want to raise your hand and participate in the discussion. So the study sessions, we've come to figure out, while the subject matter is at hand and we're discussing it, if you'd like to raise your hand and offer a comment or feedback, we welcome that. Please just raise your hand and we'll call on you and then we'll keep the conversation going. We appreciate the feedback. Somebody online.
But I don't know how to get the voice on it. All the way up to sevens.
Okay. Let's see, so we do have some public comment tonight and we'll start off with that. All right, first up is John Doss.
Well, I don't ask her. I know what I have to do. I just.
You can come up
Call
here.
on Sandy's phone.
Whatever you're comfortable with. You can sit down, you can stand on the table, it's
Picture
happening.
everything, but then she
But
lost-
not voice. No, I'm going back in to get.
she lost.
Okay, we really need you guys to mute if you could. She's trying, yeah.
I think y'all know me by now. I've kind of been bugging you guys about teacher pay. And one thing I'd like to point out is, from what I've heard, it was kind of previous board members that spearheaded this. And because it was spearheaded by the previous board doesn't mean that y'all have to follow it. And I think you know that, but previous, a new administration would not follow the previous administration. And I think there comes a
I
time
want to verify it.
you just have to take the plunge.
Damn it.
You have to say, you don't know all the features, and it's really depressing. But if you think back in life,
We're gonna miss it.
so I'm gonna do it, it feels right, it'll work out. You took the plunge and it did work out.
See, I should have.
Now is one of those times. I know there was a lot of scary stuff talked about, even with the Board of County Commissioners. But I think you have to take the plunge on this. You have to support your teachers. Otherwise, the district will be harmed for many years. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, all right, Jill Stanford.
Hi, good evening. Good? Okay. Maybe not.
No, we're good. The timer needs to be
I went
set.
to 1:30.
No, you're getting a full 3 to go for it.
Sorry, there's too many things going on.
Too many timers? Thanks. Jill Stansberry, teacher here, parents
Oh,
of
yeah.
2 kids in the
All
district.
this damn.
Regarding salaries, and hourly pay, as we look to next year, I know it's extremely difficult with Colorado's low funding, per pupil. And I know you're talking and trying to do the best you can. I just want to reiterate that increases have to happen. Retention bonuses aren't ideal. The tax rate is higher for that, so that's not really ideal. A step is really what's needed. It's earned as someone works through the year. The steps that were not given last year, I think, need to be given to those employees when they're made available. I hope that stays on your radar for as long as it has to make it happen. I'm not one of those people, because I'm at the top of the salary scale right now as far as steps, but I want to speak on their behalf. COLA is also needed. I know doing one or the other is in discussion, but I'll tell you that personally, this month I found out that my mortgages went up $400 a month, and I think that's all due to insurance. I got a 1% raise last year, which my paycheck actually went down, like $16, I think, when everything was figured out. So I don't expect after 20 years in the district, to have to contemplate a second job or selling my home in order to stay here. I've envisioned retiring in this district, and I don't know if that's a possibility now, and that really upsets me. I love this district, I love my students, I want to stay. It's really dire. I had other things to say, I didn't write them down because I don't remember them all, but please do all that you can, and also think into future years, what has been missed, how can we make that up? And I also would love to hear what other ideas are out there besides a special, is it a mill levy or a bond? Special mill levy. I would love to know what other ideas are out there, because I feel like all our eggs are in that basket, and it makes me really nervous. Okay, thank you.
All right, Libby?
Whatever you want, that's fine. What makes you comfortable.
Okay. Good evening, members of the board and public attendees. My name is Ms. Pippi, the most in this community, and I'm here tonight as both a parent and a teacher advocating for equitable access and opportunity for students accepted into the Warren Tech programs. I want to begin by emphasizing that student support should always be the top priority. These students applied, earned acceptance into competitive programs, and made plans for their futures based on these acceptances. They should not now be denied access because of transportation logistics or funding decisions that were discussed internally for months without communication to families. According to discussions with Principal Maria Indra-Huss, the Warren Tech funding situation had reportedly been under discussion since January. Warren Tech enrollment also took place in January. However, families did not receive any communication from the CCSD board, principals, or counselors until April 23rd at approximately 4:30 p.m. That delay left families blindsided after students had already been accepted into programs and committed emotionally and academically to these opportunities. Additionally, parents of students accepted into the PM programs were informed in an April 28th meeting that PM students were never even considered due to transportation restrictions. This is completely unethical. All students should be considered equally, regardless of whether they were accepted into AM or PM sessions. Transportation should not determine whether a student's educational opportunity is funded. Parents like myself have contacted Warren Tech directly and within 24 hours received communication that our students could switch to AM sessions if needed, showing that workable solutions do exist when communication and collaboration happen early. Our parent community is strong and willing to solve transportation challenges ourselves. Parents are prepared to coordinate carpools, transportation, and support systems to ensure students can attend. We are asking the district not to deny opportunity based on a barrier that families are willing to address independently. I'm also asking the district to follow existing board policy by ensuring students are fairly evaluated through interviews and competitive acceptance criteria. If these programs are considered valuable enough for the students to apply and complete for admission, then competitiveness and student interest should remain central to acceptance and funding decisions. As a Jefferson County resident, I have a unique situation with choice enrollment to be addressed. I ask the board to consider allowing PPR funding to follow accepted tuition costs to students who reside in Jefferson County. During conversations with Warren Tech, I was informed that there are opportunities for CCSD and Warren Tech to collaborate by sharing PPR funding so students like my child Talis can attend without creating impossible out-of-pocket costs for families, especially with hardships. I have personally worked very hard to promote CCSD as both a parent and a teacher. After being recognized as an outstanding environmental educator of the year at a local state conference, I continue to support district visibility and enrollment efforts by presenting a webinar through the Clear Creek Library District. In addition, the Enrollment Task Force featured the CCSD program. I want to say one more thing. The UPK funding for CCSD, I generated $170,000 in revenue the district would not have otherwise had because I brought 25 families in to the preschool because of the program that I created. And I just would like to give you guys some documents.
Lori, do we have another in person?
Yes, we have Alice.
Just
Graham.
telling, oh, I'm sorry, hi.
Yeah.
Please, go ahead.
My name is Talis Graham. I'm a student at the district. I've been looking forward to going to Warren Tech since I came here in middle school. My dad worked there for a few years. I was so hyped to go. When I got to go to the open house, I really saw how competitive the aviation was to really get in. But once I got into that lottery, I was super stoked just to even go to that class. And then the way the school district handled it was just awful by not letting me go at all, not even considering me in any aspect. I went through all of the application process. I went to the open house. I went to the other open house, which was where they greet you, show you exactly what you're going to do in the class. I went through the whole process just for the school district to tell me that they're not going to pay for me to go because I'm in a different time of the day. That's all. Thank you.
And then we have Tully Gibbons online.
Tully, are you ready?
I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. Thank you. Go for it.
All right. So I'm here with you today to share our family's experience with the recent changes to the Warren Tech process, along with some related feedback and requests. 2 weeks ago, we received a letter stating that not all of the students who were accepted to Warren Tech next school year would be funded by the district. We were informed that our student was not selected for funding. This was, for obvious reasons, devastating to our student Sage. To add insult to injury, Sage was asked by a counselor to withdraw his Warren Tech enrollment before we even had a chance to determine if we could find a way for him to go. Luckily, he questioned the directive and did not withdraw. We have frustrations with this process that are multifaceted and were received by Ms. Indrahus at a meeting last week. Firstly, we feel that the student criteria listed for consideration that were shared in the letter were misleading. Given that our student has a GPA exceeding 4.0, he hasn't missed a single day of school this year, is a member of the student leadership team and the National Honor Society, it didn't seem the criteria listed in the letter were applied in a consistent manner. We only learned later through direct inquiry that students in the afternoon programs were not considered at all for program funding. Perhaps if there were any advance notice, we could have moved him to a morning program so he could have been considered for participation. This was easily accomplished by a phone call to Warren Tech on 4/25, but by that time it was too late. Additionally, we learned that the budget constraints regarding Warren Tech were first known at the beginning of the semester. While we understand that many specifics were unknown at that time, we are disappointed that no communication was provided prior to the students attending orientation for their programs on April 16th. The students met their instructors, saw their classrooms, and interacted with new classmates during orientation. Shortly after, students abruptly had the proverbial rug pulled out from under them. Expectations could have been managed by providing a simple letter earlier this winter explaining that the process was being revised with the possibility of a limited number of students attending. This is particularly true given that Principal Marlette encouraged students like Sage to apply to Warren Tech programs this fall. Although this topic was discussed at public board meetings, and I do acknowledge that, I hope that we can all agree that a large change affecting dozens of students and families warranted early and direct communication with the families. It is clear that funding an unlimited number of students year over year is not sustainable for CCSD, and we do appreciate your dedication to fiscal responsibility and budget management. However, for the reasons stated above, we strongly urge the board and Superintendent Paxton to revisit the student selection process with consideration to all students accepted to Warren Tech in accordance with existing policy and criteria, and/or consider funding all students who were accepted and attended orientation as a one-time expenditure for the upcoming school year. Thank you for listening.
Totally, that was impeccable timing. Thank you. Okay, so moving on to reports and updates. We have recognitions. I'm guessing that's why a lot of you are here. Super excited. So go ahead, Wes. Do your thing.
It's my honor to recognize several of our students here today. First, we'll start with the American Heart Association fundraiser. The American Heart Association requested the opportunity to join the school board in meeting to recognize Clear Creek County School District students Fable and Austin. Whose philanthropy is supporting their life-saving mission. Across Colorado, 13,860 students signed up this year to participate in the Kids Heart Challenge and American Heart Challenge. These students were in the top 30 students. Through their involvement, students were not only able to raise funds, but they developed leadership, empathy, and civic responsibility while supporting CPR education and heart health initiatives that help create safer communities. And I want to do a huge shout out to Coach Michelle Russin for your leadership and getting these students involved and all the activities that you're doing. So I could have Fable and Austin come up here to the front here so we get pictures and I'll give you your certificates.
Make sure to turn around for the parents.
Congratulations. Austin, is yours. Congratulations. If you guys will stand this way facing your parents, I get a picture of you.
There we go.
There we go. Well done, guys. Super great.
Thank you.
Did you guys enjoy it? Yes? That's awesome. Good. All right. Well, thank you very much. I get a feeling I'll see them here as they get older in their experiences in Clear Creek School District. So when they become high school students, I'll be seeing them up here again eventually too. So now it's my chance to recognize our high school students. We have, actually, before we do that, sorry, I'm gonna recognize King Murphy Elementary School, or Mountain School here. King Murphy was presented the 2024 Governor's Distinguished Improvement Award, recognizing King Murphy's exceptional growth on state and county measures during the 23-24 school year. It honors a remarkable school-wide increase in test scores, more than doubling King Murphy's performance from 42.5 to 90 out of 100 possible points on the school performance framework. This achievement reflects the dedication of King Murphy's outstanding teaching staff and the hard work of our students. And we're incredibly proud of the collective accomplishments of everybody involved, including Principal Bain, who is here tonight. Congratulations. I think you already have a banner. Right, so you're probably put up at the school. And thank you for all your work.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank
Yes.
Thanks for the teachers that make it happen.
For sure. Yes. All right, now on to the high school students. The first one is the Fetcher Scholarship is a premier investment in Colorado's future that keeps the state top talent local by supporting high-achieving students who demonstrate a deep commitment to service and leadership. By providing $80,000 in merit-based funding to attend Colorado institutions, the program cultivates homegrown leadership pipeline of diverse thinkers dedicated to uplifting their communities. This investment creates a lasting ripple effect as the Betcher Scholarship joins a powerful network of over 2,800 alumni who continue to drive innovation and civic engagement across the state long after graduation. So our first award goes to Donovan Duke for the Betcher Scholarship.
Thank you.
I'm so glad.
Congratulations. Well done. And if you know Donovan's work with the skate park and your service here at the school, thank you very much. And obviously academically, and you're going to school next year at
Colorado State University.
and awesome. And you're going to pursue.
I'm pursuing fish, wildlife, and conservation biology.
That is incredible. Well done. Yes.
Scholarship was given to our district?
I believe it's since 1980 something.
Was it 84?
87?
Something like that. So we
Yeah.
haven't gotten this for one of our students since then.
So it tells you how much you are way up there, sir.
Thank you.
Yes. Well
Thanks a
done.
lot.
Okay,
All right. Oh, sorry, photo.
Here, you guys wanna jump in there?
Yeah, sure. He's one of my kiddos.
Congrats. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have the Daniels Scholarship Program is a transformative investment in Rocky Mountain West that empowers high potential students from Colorado, New Mexico, Utah, and Wyoming to pursue their college dreams without burden of debt. By selecting recipients based on strength of character, grit, and heart of service, the program provides a full ride at regional partner schools for up to $100,000 at any accredited nonprofit university in the United States. This initiative carries the Bill Daniels legacy of fostering a new generation of ethical, community-minded leaders who are equipped to strengthen the local communities and contribute to a meaningfully to the workforce across the 4 state regions. So congratulations to Maggie Gothman for this accomplishment. Congratulations, well done. So now, we asked Duke this question, we're gonna ask Donovan this question, we're gonna ask this question of you. Which college you going to next year?
I'm going to the Air Force Academy Preparatory School.
Oh my gosh. You really won't need this scholarship because you're going to the academy.
Yeah, a few things they do.
They do cover some expenses. Fantastic. And what do you want to pursue once you graduate from the Air Force Academy?
Aviation.
Aviation. So someday you'll be flying the plane I'll be sitting in.
Yes.
That is so awesome. I can't wait to hear your voice on the loudspeaker saying, folks, we're going from here to here, and please enjoy your flight as we fly about 35,000 feet or something like that. That's awesome.
I'm excited.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Yes. All right. Well done.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we can just be done now with our words.
Drop the mic.
Okay, superintendent updates, it's still you.
All right, so at the last board meeting, I was asked to develop an organization chart, so I have that for you. The purpose of this item is to provide a clear understanding of the roles and responsibilities of the leadership team that encompasses the district. And so that ranges from instructional, student services, finance, human resources, facilities, transportation, food service, school leadership, working with our schools, including Georgetown Charter School, and working with you all as the Board of Education. So I presented to you a flow chart for, organizational chart, excuse me, for the district. And I hope that helps just make sure we have everybody signed to the roles of help make our district run and services the needs of our students and staff.
So does the board have any questions about the organizational chart?
I just see that you fixed the song with my name.
Thank you for, right, thank you. I don't know if you were made aware of it, but we fixed that, so I apologize.
So per policy, the board has to accept an organizational chart. So let's put this on for the business meeting and do a vote. If there's no other concerns.
Looks good to me. Much better than.
Any feedback, Jessica?
It looks good.
Okey dokey. All right. So the next that we have on the agenda is the Enrollment Task Force Committee update. I'm guessing that's why you're here.
Yeah.
If you give me a second, I'll share your, do you want the information shared?
He does want the information shared.
The PowerPoint, right?
Tom, you want your
Yes.
PowerPoint shared?
Yes,
Okay. Ah,
I could wing it, but
we know you can.
We know. We do know. You want to show your stuff here? No. Okay.
go one more click, please. There we are. The reason I took this job was so I could speak what's on my mind without having a 3-minute time limit.
Wait, let's start the timer.
I'm gonna take a little bit of this and Adie's gonna, since she does all the work, let her carry the ball. But I do want to start back reinforcing where we've been and what we're doing. So go to the next slide, please. I think it's important in any undertaking like this to go back to your mission statement. Make sure you hadn't had scope creep or chasing rabbits down holes you don't need to do it. Boy, if we ever had to fight against that. Because when it comes to enrollment, tell me something that doesn't have to do with enrollment. Everything, good, bad, and otherwise. But ultimately, it's to manage enrollment, hopefully to increase enrollment, minimize reductions in enrollment, to grow student enrollment by uniting families. We spent a lot of time on this mission statement. By uniting families in the community around accurate data and authentic engagement that showcases our unique strengths and attracts families from within and beyond Clear Creek. And we were instrumental in bringing the new mantra, the new tagline to the district that replaced empowered, blah, 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 whatever it was, where academic excellence meets mountain adventure. Memorize that. That's what we live by. That's what we're trying to do. That's what we're trying to promote. Next, please. I think we've been true to our mission. We started off with the core team and data, engagement, and marketing. It is filled up. We still got a little room down here to squeeze something in if we need to. We had somebody wanted to put something there, but we pushed it away. But I think our vision, we got lucky, because when we first started the Enrollment Task Force Committee, we said, maybe there's three things that need to be looked at. Data. What's the data on enrollment? And I made a presentation deeply involved in enrollment, the statistics that are involved in. Heidi Ardern, is Heidi still here? Heidi took that role on. Believe me, don't ever test her brain. You will lose. But boy, has she really done some great stuff. In fact, Heidi triggered the night that I got voluntold to be on it, to lead this team. Heidi met me in the hallway and said, I'll help. In fact, I'll try to get us hooked up with a university in to work on marketing, and that's what we did. We wound up going down to DU. Me, Wes, Jessica, who else? Marcy went, maybe one or two others. Huh? And Stephanie went and saw some unbelievable presentations by these students. Heidi has done a fantastic job, and she's dedicated to this district and is an unbelievably valuable resource. I'm sure she'll be called on a lot going forward. And our daughters play on the same soccer team. And we are so dedicated, we missed their game tonight to come here. The next group that we put together was engagement. That's kind of gone around a little bit, but Kristen has really grabbed that horse by the reins. Engagement is everything. Engagement, we thought it was this big. It's bigger than this room, right, Kristen? It's everything. It's everything to do. We're trying to now mitigate some of the redundancy because there's so much, but you can see the things that are being done here. And then the third, this was Kristen. Kristen's done a fantastic job. We go to Rapid Grass, we go to concerts, we go to all kind of school functions, community functions, promoting the district, and just have seen a lot of return from that. Putting us on the map. It's amazing. I was at Pumpkin Smash, and kids come to get volunteer hours from other schools, Conifer and Golden, and places like that. They don't even know what Clear Creek is. They don't even know we have a school. They don't know what we do. It's unbelievable. So we have, I think, made great strides in putting us on the map. And who has a one page? One of the things we put together was a high school and elementary school one-pagers. What are the great things we're doing? And these are being distributed all over. I encourage all of you to keep pushing them forward because they do make a difference. They do help put us on
my
there.
real estate office.
And we had, Carrie and I could go into so much detail. It's unbelievable. Marcy is set on, and Jessica's come. Wes has never missed a meeting. And I really appreciate that. It means so much. Marcy got with Carrie Ann. We're working with realtors. I could list 50 things that we're doing of that caliber that hopefully will make a difference. The last one that was original was Stephanie. I don't even know how to say her last name exactly. Cosin or something like that.
Quasin.
You keep the French part. You know, South Louisiana. Well, that's French too. Quasin. Okay. Got it. Stephanie is unbelievable. She is a powerhouse. She's doing all kind of stuff, Wes, right? Just let go of those reins and let her run because she can promote this district like nobody's business. She designs websites and does all kind of marketing material through the website. We've got social media, which needs to continue to be improved. We have a videographer who is now a teacher here. Gosh, I just drew it right. Trevor Nordine, who got promoted from our team to become a teacher here. And he is an unbelievable videographer. You've seen and will continue to see his work on the website. Student testimonials, alumni testimonials, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We've had challenges trying to get the PTAs They're all willing, it's just a little unwieldy to get them to work together. We depend heavily, I see a couple of principals here. Scott said you can't do it without the teachers. We can't do it without the principals and the teachers. But it gets funnels through the principals, everything goes out through the principals, and they have been very supportive. Can I be candid now? This is where my consternation lies. What happened is, we have an enrollment task force. Everything has to do with enrollment. Anything that people like, and especially anything they don't like, comes through us. I know it goes through other people, through board members and so forth, but you would not believe the amount of attention that we get. Today, we got John gave a letter, Pippi gave a letter. These are Tully calls me the day she gets the Warren text up, crying. Pippi, you shed tears. College, you might have shed a tear while you were on the football field getting hit. But this is unreal. How we manage things and how we treat people, it matters so much. And I hear it from an unbiased standpoint. I hope that what you hear tonight, what you've heard already, you know that it's coming from good-hearted people who love this community and want it to succeed. But how we handle things, and I just gave a couple examples here. Bear with me. CMAS testing. We were in that room back there, B210, I think, talking about CMAS testing. My son Merrill came in, just sat there, and we were talking about the importance of CMAS testing. He said, well, that's really interesting. It would be great if I knew why it was important and why you wanted me to do it. We've never been told why. We said, you hear. To my knowledge, he never heard a word. So what's he supposed to think? And that day that it happened, wires were crossed, misinformation. We get a call, personally, from a guidance counselor who thinks one thing. Maria, I love Maria, what she's trying to do here. We've got to keep our wires connected because it just harms things so much. A guy like Merrill, granted, he's an 11th grade airhead. Granted, I'm not going to hold it, take everything because he didn't hear. He might have been a Warren dad. But that was a mess. Out of our 11th graders taking the science CMAS test, probably half took it. Is that success? No, that's not success. If we talk about it in our enrollment task force that we got to get better testing and all we can get is 50%, we got a ways to go. The next one, and I'm being candid here, folks. I'm exposing myself. I call it the three burglars. We had 3 students. It went like wildfire. I heard it exploded. It was like a bomb going off in the room. 3 great kids, 3 good guys. One of them I don't know very well. Went through, my background is in investigations. They went in through an unlocked, broken locked door and took a basketball out during the concert. They were exposed to 2 days in school suspension and went for a week, longer than a week, being almost accused of felony burglary. Am I right or am I wrong? I didn't interview you, didn't I?
I never even got a resolution.
I know, I talked to him about it. We can't treat people like this. It's just not right. It's egos that get involved. The last one I got is the Warren Tech thing. Enough's been said about Warren Tech. But that day I got phone calls of people crying, like you've heard here tonight, on the verge of tears because of how this was handled. Could it have been handled differently? Of course it could have, and we have to do that. This is the kind of stuff where we have our best families saying, if I didn't think I was trading a stomachache for a headache, I would be going somewhere else. These are our best families. We've got to, if we're going to get serious about enrollment, we've got to do better. That's my soapbox. I'm going to get off of it. And I'm going to turn it over. I'm going to finish up right here. I think with this the success that we've had with the Enrollment Task Force Committee is that we've gone from a concept, and Adie's gonna cover what we've got done. I'm sorry to be taking up so much time, but I feel like this stuff is important to be some of the most important stuff we do. You guys have to work on academic. We got the letter from John talking about academic performance. That's top priority. That's something you gotta work on. These things here, just three examples I covered, you know what I call them? Unforced errors. It's like in tennis, you can get slammed with a ball, but when you get a ball served up and you hit it in the net, that's unforced. These are preventable. But we've taken our concept to action. We've helped put more of an identity to our school district and promoting it in a very positive way. And we've expanded community outreach. We've got more people involved. So with that, I gave some of the negative side of things. The hard part of this, I did not anticipate when we set up those three teams, I did not anticipate all the negative stuff that would roll in that we want to try to do something about. And we're committed to helping. I think the people in this room in times 10 are willing to help. It's how do we engage them? So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Adie, and she's going to tell you the good news of what we've done.
We've done a lot.
Want your notebook?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Let me see if I missed any notes.
Yeah. So, yeah, we have a lot of next steps. I mean, it was a good first year, but there's a lot to still be done. Scalability, I think, is one of the big things. So just being able to take the work that we did this year, lessons learned from it, understand what is effective and what's not effective, which we don't really know yet necessarily. Which of those things are, what is really bearing fruit and what is really, it's hard to measure a little bit, but also just trial and error a little bit about what works to attract and retain families. So we can move to the next one. We'll start with marketing. A lot of great powerhouse on marketing with Stephanie, Annette, Trevor, and others. There were 47 people that I consistently would keep on the Enrollment Task Force Committee, and we had probably 10 that were really committed in the core group, but then, maybe up to 20 or so that would come in, help do certain things and, just not be actively engaged in every single conversation. Marketing, the webpage was scary when we first got here at the beginning of the year because it had been refreshed. I know a lot of work was done to advise on how to help get that pulled back into shape after the changes that had been made last summer. You saw the one-pagers. We had QR-coded postcards. There was a half-page newspaper ad that went out with the Courant. We strengthened digital outreach, so tried to get arms around unified socials, how just kind of putting a process into place on how you can submit things to get out onto the social pages from individual schools or from the district. Still, I think a lot of work we can do with digital. We did restore or supported the restoration of the district YouTube channel. Trevor's working on the alumni promotional videos. The DU partnership Tom mentioned, so Heidi put us in touch with professors down in DU. Several team members went down there, and there was actually a project that was put on by the students there that looked at our district and said, here's things that we think you could do. So they were practicing how we could market and engage for better enrollment. So it was super cool to get that feedback from the students at DU. It was part of their presenting was actually part of their class project. And some really good ideas, like fantastic ideas where, that's where kind of coming up with this, you can be a destination school. Like one kid there said he had traveled over an hour and a half to go to a different school because it had what he needed. So, you know, we can market these things. I know we're working on it with some of our outdoor rec and tech items. Like, we can market things that make us special. We can market our place where we are, you know, halfway up the ski slopes, so you can still go to school, but also, you know, get your, you know, competitive skiing in, all of those types of things. So again, we talked about the refresh brand direction, academics excellence meets mountain adventure, the new or updated logo, direct mail targeting. So Wes, Stephanie put together a postcard that went out during the open enrollment period with Jeffco, targeted at certain zip codes from census data we thought had families, and then we're trying to make sure that we could get our school out there. We do need to talk. So part of all of this is we're creating a playbook of what we think we need to repeat next year, getting earlier starts on some things that were rush jobs, and how that can, by doing that, we can save some money as well, because it's expensive when you are trying to like get these one-pagers done overnight so that they can be available for an event the next day. So a lot of lessons learned there. So yeah, core assets used for broader use. A lot of this is put on now on the website, alumni testimonials, virtual tours of the schools, promotional materials, the one-pagers, the QR codes, like trying to just get our brand out. Working with the marketing consultant to understand our, you know, search engine optimization, geofencing, things like that, just to pull more traffic to the district, basically. And then, yeah, just trying now to think about how we can take the next step of being that destination district. So not just attracting and retaining families that are right here, but even thinking bigger. Like, can we use online schooling, things like that, to have hybrid types of course offerings so that we can attract a whole different set of people. We can go to the next one. Data, Heidi, give her another shout out. Melanie, so working with the alumni group to understand, we did alumni surveys to get feedback from recent alumni or any alumni on why they love Clear Creek, what they think that Clear Creek can bring, and how that's helped them in their life and their career. And, you know, with enrollment statistics from the past several years, the DAC survey results, we need to incorporate those in from this year's. We looked at what our data footprint looks like for, like, if you go out onto niche or great schools, it doesn't look so good. So, and some of that was because there was even just old information on there. Things hadn't been updated properly. They didn't have the right contact information for the right principals. So kind of tried to get that cleaned up so that it, you know, when people are looking for schools, they're finding this stuff, or even it's just attached to the bottom of your Zillow ad, like what district you're in, that kind of stuff. We now have surveys that go out for if families will take them for if they off-board. I know this week, Heidi, I think, talked to Scott too, just to try to get information for people. If they're leaving the district, why are they leaving the district? Like, what does, you know, what just more data points so that we understand. We have been working on the, you know, testing matters a lot. Testing drives those scores that go on to the niche and the great schools, and you know, sometimes it's not even that academically we are doing that poorly. It's that our test scores aren't reflecting what's really happening in the district, because not enough kids are taking the test to, you know, even, you know, make it be accurate data that is reportable. So looking at that kind of thing too, and how we can improve that. We can go to the next one. The last one is our engagement committee. So Kristen's here. Jump in anytime, anybody. We had open houses during the open enrollment at all 4 schools. really good feedback. I think that again, it's hard to have hard data, but Pippi mentioned a lot of preschool families coming in, tons of people attending these open houses. You know, if we think we can get them here, see our facilities, see what we've got to offer, that it can bring a lot of excitement. Event partnerships with the PTAs, with boosters, local businesses, trying to get our brand out, trying to get future digger activities, so getting younger kids excited about coming here for basketball games, football games, bringing children from the elementary schools here to see the play, Annie, you know, bust them over, so that kids feel like they're part of a bigger community and they're not just like wondering what it might be like at middle school or high school, so that they feel like they're part of the district. We worked on some homeschool outreach because we know we have quite a few families in the district that are choosing to homeschool or choosing to go to other districts to do online schooling. So we're trying to figure out ways to maybe just augment, like, come here to do your labs, come here to do your sports, come here to do, which helps bring more money into the district, more, and just have more influence, I guess, across those families. The Friday extension model, so trying to get the calendars so that they're synced up. So we've got community events, our Friday events that kind of had started when we went to the 4-day school week, but then fizzled a little bit. So bringing that back so that that's not a barrier, that there are things for kids to do on Fridays, that's not something that other families are looking at and saying, gosh, I don't want to send my kid there because they, what would they do on Friday? We've talked to realtors, made sure that we had a reach with a couple of different realtor groups so that they know about our school. They've got our one-pagers. They can speak about us and help explain our school. Then there's a lot of the concerts, Rapid Grass, GTIS, the Lake House Concert Series, where we had booze in conjunction with the PTAs. So a lot of stuff going on this year. I think there's one more. Yeah, so like I mentioned, we have a playbook now. We have things that we can repeat. We're trying to do lessons learned. We'll reevaluate the data. See, this is a long game, not a short game. So we have to see if which of these things are really working, so that we can continue to bring in students, which brings in revenue, which helps us pay our faculty and staff, which is great. So these are all the types of things that we'll continue on next year and get better at. We thank you, and I thank all the people that contributed on the task force this year.
Does anybody have any questions, even though they ran away? All good. Okay. Moving on to the District Accountability Committee presentation of survey data. Is that you? I'm looking at you. Oh, there she is.
My name is Katie Abrod. I'm the chairperson of the District Accountability Committee here for our district. Do you want this shared? I have a one pager. I have some if anybody is interested in what the ideas, you can share it up there. You're welcome.
I'll share it so that everybody online can see it.
I think we're going to start with the Panorama survey results, and that Liz is going to drive that.
That's you. You're Russ.
I'm gonna remove myself of that computer because she should actually have it on her computer. There it is. So this is the report that's given out to Panorama. Panorama was a survey company that we signed on with this year. We use it for several surveys. We use it for the student satisfaction survey. They did one in the fall. They're doing one right now for the spring. It's part of a grant we received from CEI through the state. And so this allows us to see how we're improving our student engagement, their satisfaction being in school. So we're hoping to see a positive result from our student population based on our fall to spring. We also use it for the parent survey, which I'm going to be presenting with you tonight. And then we will use it for a staff survey that will be administered next year in the fall or winter to give us a sense of satisfaction. Another reason why we want Panorama is that for the teacher survey, it's also aligned with the survey due for the TLCC, which is a state survey. And so it helps us align our questions that the teacher will fill out, respond to with our report to also the one that the state does. So it gives us a chance to see how we're going benchmark from year to year. In this data, you see here are the results. There were 5 areas of survey in the questions that were asked of our parents. The 2 schools that participated in this was Carlson Elementary, King Murphy, the middle school, and the high school. Unfortunately, there was not a survey sent out to the folks at Georgetown Community School. So that's one thing we will work on for next year that will help us increase our participation rate. We had about 86 participants in this survey, which is not a good number for us to have. So I'll have Katie talk about the goal based on that here in a few minutes here. So the areas we were focused on was barriers to engagement, which are factors that can create challenges for families to interact with or become involved with their child's school. Survey takers responded to these questions. How big of a problem are the following issues for becoming involved in your child's current school? Interesting thing about this is a nationwide survey. And so you look at that and you say, well, 73% of our parents respond to the results on this. The cut points for the survey indicated that they want to see a higher percentage of parent participation in school. So for example, if you had 3 participation data points for being in school, back to school night, parent-teacher conferences, those 3, that wasn't enough to get you to the next level, to move you from being a low-performing school district to a higher-performing school district. So even with 73% saying that they had that 73% participation, or sorry, 3 data point participation at schools, that wasn't enough to move them to a higher score as far as the national trend. So you'll see things like that, like, wait a minute, I see us being not agreeing here for 73%. What is wrong? And that's why that's the case, okay? Family engagement, the degree at which families become involved with and interact with their child's school. Now you see this, you say 35%, yet it's green. So even though with 35%, we are high in that engagement of our families with their child's school. So we can still continue to improve on that, but we are on the higher end of the curve on the national trend. You see the confusion when you see the data points, okay? Family school attendance, this was a survey just looking at how much families are attending their school events too, and how attendance was important to them. So this is that result. School climate, perception of the overall social and learning climate of the school. And so here's an opportunity for us. The parents were saying that 59% were positive of the perception of overall social and learning climate of the school. And that is also on the lower end of the bell curve. So this is an opportunity for us as a district. School safety perception of student physical and psychological safety at school. We had a 67%, so this could be an opportunity for us. However, it was in the middle of the bell curve, which is green for us. We can go into the data even further if you want to. You can see the breakdowns of the questions here. For example, how big of a problem is the following issue becoming involved in your child's current school childcare needs? Not a problem, small problem, medium problem, large problem, very large problem. So you can see how the results are on how the problem of being following issues becoming involved in your child's current school childcare is, for some parents, not a big problem, medium problem for some of them. So childcare may be something that could be worked on to help parents get more involved in school.
Is this available on a website for people to review as well?
We could put that on our website as a school-wide data. I have asked the building leaders to present their individual, which I've given you copies of,
Okay.
to review for individuals. So this is a summary of all the schools that were surveyed, and I've asked the schools to look at their data and share it with their SAC, or in some cases SAC, PTSA, depends on how they have them organized, so that parents have an understanding of the data for the individual schools. And that will be something they will share to them and release to Katie's work here next too. So in addition to completing the survey, there are also some feedback. So you also have narratives that were provided to you about some of these areas. So the questions were, over that page here, and I've created a summary in your packet, but you also have the actual comments retracting any individual members, staff members, or individual parent members' names. The two questions that were asked in the survey: what can a school do to help ensure your child has a good attendance this year? And the other one is, what challenges, if any, make it difficult for your child to attend school? So we really want to focus on attendance, and so those two survey questions were in the report, and so you have the narratives from folks who responded to that. I will not be putting those out there. I'll have a summary if you want me to put a summary of those responses.
That's fair. Could a summary of those responses also be provided to the DAC members since we don't have access? to
Right.
that?
I can give you a copy of those reports too. So,
My turn?
yeah.
Okay, so, from this survey result, the DAC has agreed upon a couple of goals, based on the results. So one of the goals is to increase, parent survey participation. I don't feel like 86 families out of 600 students, reflect a broader range of family voices. The DAC's goal is to significantly increase participation next year. Ways that we want to participate is launch the parent survey during February parent-teacher conferences. We were a little delayed in that, so we didn't get to push it during those parent-teacher conferences, and that seemed beneficial from the previous year. Create and distribute a QR code for quick and easy mobile access. Again, at the teacher conferences. Send multiple email reminders throughout the survey window. I think one email went out, then it was in the newsletter. So maybe a couple reminders. Promote the survey on district and school social media platforms. A couple of times, pushing that. Encourage schools to share survey information through newsletters, websites, and other family communication channels. Our desired outcome is a substantial increase in parent participation, resulting in more representative feedback to guide district and school improvement efforts. Our next goal is for each school to identify one area of growth based on the parent survey results and incorporate that goal into its unified improvement plan. So each school will have to make a choice, decide on that, and work to make it better. Each school reviews its parent survey data. Each school reflects one priority area for improvement. The selected goals is to incorporate into each school's UIP. Progress is monitored throughout the year. Results are shared publicly through the school's improvement plan. School-specific improvement efforts that directly reflect parent voice while aligning with state accountability requirements. So that's our desired outcome. For the school board, how do you help in this? How do we hold the school board accountable? So some of that, for goal 1, some of those is publicly promote the survey at regular board meetings and encourage community participation. Share survey information through board communication channels, district websites, and district social media platforms. Include survey reminders in superintendent updates and board newsletters. Attend parent events, conferences, and school functions to personally encourage participation. Support initiatives or recognition for schools that increase survey participation. And help communicate why parent feedback directly impacts district decisions, budgeting, and school improvement planning. So on goal 2, some board actions could be: request that each school present its parent survey-based improvement goal during the school improvement cycle. Review each school's unified improvement plan and ask how parent input shaped selected goal. Encourage principals to share progress updates throughout the year. Celebrate schools showing measurable growth in their identified focus area. Ask for quarterly updates on implementation and progress toward the school-specific goals. Ensure transparency by highlighting UIP goals and progress during public board meetings. And the handbook notes that local school boards are responsible for reviewing, adopting district improvement plans, while accountability committees submit recommendations concerning that. So I don't know if you have anything to add.
I think you did.
Okay, so it's a lot, but any questions based on that?
So back to your question, I will share this with the DAC.
Please.
I also share this with the Enrollment Task Force, so you have a copy of this information as a data point for you also for making sure that our students are being more successful in their schools and helping increase parent involvement.
And I met with the Enrollment Task Force, and sharing our survey results could help benefit them.
Correct.
And then meeting with them, we could help push their agenda also and hold the district accountable on that subject too.
Did you guys talk about meeting together quarterly?
Quarterly or twice a year. Yeah. That's school year, so, yes.
If the board chooses to pursue picking a area of opportunity in the district data, we can include that in the district UIP also.
Wes, can I say one quick thing? 80 kind of brushed over the playbook concept, but one of the many workhorse things that she did, this playbook, what she means is something that builds in sustainability. All of our committees have sections where they just dump what their procedures are so that it can be, when we're gone 2 years from now, 3 years from now, it can be replicated over and over and over again. And that's something we want to encourage. And we will work with you on that, where we can,
I think that's what we do in the DAC also.
yeah, exactly. And it works beautifully. You have a repository for what you've done and how you do certain things, like open houses and whatever segment it is. There's a segment in there and a calendar for when you want to do certain open houses, when you want to do certain things. So I think Eddie kind of didn't want to brag on herself too much, but the playbook is really something that's going to help us going forward.
I have two things.
Lorraine, or Mrs. Schultz, sorry.
I answer to both names.
So you're a school leader, what do you think about what goal number 2? What do you think?
I have no problem with it. I think it's important when we have a UIP. I think academics are incredibly important, but I think that if we want our school to improve holistically, we need to look at data that is not just academic, because it's all of those things Tom was talking about earlier. It's all of those things that contribute to create something good. And so this gives us another data point that I think is important to use to measure success, to help us figure out what can we do to improve.
That's what people taking a survey, they want to see results. What's the point of taking a survey if we're not going to see the results of that survey?
Or implement them. Okay, so my other thing is just a recommendation. For number 1, your desired outcome, you have a substantial increase. What's substantial?
So the year before, we had 160 people.
Just double.
Yeah, so we want to double, get more substantial. I would say at least 100 more would be a attainable goal.
Okay.
Well, and then you're
On top of
looking
what
at the numbers.
86, yeah.
So if we look at, we have 600 students, we had 86 people respond. I think one of the things we need to do is look at how many students have, how many families out of those respondents, how many have multiple students? Your family, for example, has 3. So if we're looking at not just number of students to be able to gauge the percentage of responses, but the number of families in the district, then we can look at what percentage response did we really get? And then we could look at what percentage increase do we need? And then I think to really gauge whether or not we're doing it well, then we need to go back and say, okay, if we're looking at reliability measures for surveys, at what percentage do we hit reliability? Because you don't have to have 100% to make it a good, valid survey, but you do have to have a certain, so at what point do we become valid?
And then, you know, there's no doubt that not sending the survey out to the West End affected our
Oh, yeah.
responses.
Yeah,
You know,
there's a
so
chunk.
now they're at a huge disadvantage because they don't have the information and they're kind of lagging, right? So yeah, looking at how we can improve that moving forward would be.
Can we add a question, how many students do you have in the district so we can gauge?
Disseminate that?
Yeah,
It's a panorama thing.
Yeah, so these are, I would say, somewhat canned questions related to the topic that's being asked about.
It just makes it hard to gauge participation because what if they have 5 kids, but they only take it once?
So,
And maybe that could be,
I guess
do you take it 5 times because you have a kid in each level? And maybe that's
But our
an
parents gonna wanna
instruction.
do that? I mean, they're busy. One survey is like already
But-
pushing it.
Factor that into like room for error, plus minus. My only recommendation would be to like actually put a number on.
Or is there the free spot where they can add, wasn't there a spot? Could you
There's-
say,
right.
please, if you have more than one student, please add the number here or something like
How many
Right.
students do you have in the school district?
so I can interject.
And then we have 2
Jess.
hands up and we'll get to
Right.
those after you speak.
Right,
We'll get
so one of the things I think that was mentioned during the enrollment task force is that timelines came up and they quickly approached very quickly as far as getting the work done. And so I would recognize that the survey was pushed to the very limit of trying to get the window of opportunity. Now that we have this, as was mentioned in the enrollment task force, is now you have your playbook, you can be better prepared for the window for this. We realize that the window needs to start much earlier to accomplish that was presented by Katie about the fact that we have back to school night, parent teacher conferences, things like that. And we would probably want to wrap around those parent teacher conferences to say, hey, when can we make it something that the principal, the staff can ask parents to complete while they're in attendance or waiting for a meeting with their teachers or something like that, and have some sort of incentive that we could give to parents through a drawing or something like that to encourage participation. So we have learned a lot from this process about the timing of the survey, the length of time parents have to fill out the survey, and so forth, that we will work on much better to increase the participation numbers that are being asked. I agree with you.
You
We
could
need-
be way more aggressive then, it sounds like,
Yes.
with what you want
So
your.
we had,
Oh,
we had a
yes.
previous survey that we created, that Jack created, and we switched this panorama,
Yeah.
so it's like we had to start over again.
Right.
Questions and getting everyone on the same page, so.
By having the short window this year, you kind of created a good thing to be able to have a really aggressive
Right,
goal.
right.
Yes.
And so our goal is that's why the first goal was to increase participation, to get a better idea of the needs of our parents and our students in our school, and making sure that the information can drive the direction of the school district and the leaders of each of the schools to support how they can improve the data. So I think that's the ultimate thing is that we realized there was some mistakes, schools was actually missed. We're not quite sure how that happened, but the data wasn't sent to the link wasn't sent to the school to share with the families. That's a missed opportunity. So we've learned a lot from this.
So we can.
I'm sorry, hold on a second. Jessica's had her hand up for a while. Jessica?
I think you've covered it. I just wanted to ask if this year, if families were able to answer it multiple times like they had in the years in the past. Because again, we had families that answered it 3 times, once as a teacher, once as an elementary parent, and once as a middle school, high school parent. So I think you've kind of captured that, but yeah, we may not be comparing apples to apples this year.
Okay, audience, you had your hand up.
Just to add in survey research, if you get 25 to 30% response rate, that's considered good. And if we have 300 families in the district, I'm just making it 600 students, maybe with 300 families, that's 90 responses, which this is pretty close to. 50% is considered excellent. And I mean, if you did all of these things, maybe you could get up to 50%, but let me just throw out that 30% is actually pretty solid for survey research.
Thank you for that. Sydney, you were next.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I almost argue that if somebody's a parent, a teacher, and a community member, filling it out 3 times, that's still data, even though it's the same person.
Right, they could have different perspectives.
So-
They're
based on
different,
the
they're
task.
different times during the
Right.
year, so hopefully they don't get the fatigue out once. It's over the course of the year. They fill it, as I feel as a teacher, I fill it out as, or a staff member, I fill as a parent. So forth.
Somebody else in the audience?
Yeah, I have been so, my name is Michelle Rustin. I'm the PE teacher at both King Murphy and Carlson. And actually, Lorraine and I have a meeting about this tomorrow, so I hope I'm not jumping ahead. But I have had like incredible experience this year with parent engagement as a new teacher in the district by using this platform called Class Dojo. I was required to use it for the last few years, so it's kind of just like in my teaching now. And so I use it student facing in my classroom, but even more powerful is the way that I've been able to connect with families. So that might be something for not only enrollment and the DAC, but for maybe the board to consider. Maybe we do some kind of like pilot year with a few teachers and have more teachers using it, because I have just seen so many parents engaging on Class Dojo with only PE stuff. So imagine like all the other amazing things that happened just already this week at King Murphy. It's only Tuesday. So it's just something to throw out there that I've had incredible success with teachers, and we're gonna talk about it more tomorrow, but I'm happy to help guide teachers with that too, as somebody who's had to use it for 5 years. It has been a wonderful experience this year with families. So just something to add.
Any other board feedback, questions? Audience?
The only thing I would say is the goal is to get better.
Yeah.
And we want to get better, just because it's, it's a good amount of people. Our goal is still to get better, so that's why it's there. So,
But are we
I just
gonna,
want to say that.
are we gonna consider better 1%?
If it's more than this,
Okay.
what are we gonna do? I mean, we want to get better, that's all we can
Keep moving with
keep
that.
moving. If I can engage parents to take the survey, maybe we can get more engagement here. It's all the same to me. We're engaging people. If we can get them to do that, can we get them to do more? And that's, I think, a big topic
Yes.
recently is engagement, getting people involved.
Right.
Wanting to stay in this district, wanting to participate, so.
Well, since we know the benchmark is more than 3, we've got to figure out how to get, if we want to increase that participation rate, what does that look like going above that, so.
So goal is a goal.
Audience?
2 things. The survey number of students question is very simple. You just let them pick how many students do you have, and you can do it based on student population. That's an easy solution. Second comment, I want to echo what Coach said. I've engaged more with her this year than any other year combined.
That is as transparency.
No,
To the
it
survey.
says
The panorama result summary?
summary.
This summary of the narrative
Okay.
and the
And,
information.
okay,
And the
yeah.
information.
Yeah.
Jessica, are you okay with that as well?
You actually cut out for like 3 minutes?
Are you okay with
Like,
us putting information out on the website, asking Wes to do that?
Absolutely.
Okay, I figured that's what you would
It's
say.
a great benchmark.
All right, thank you very much. Super important information. So next on our agenda is the staff turnover data update, and this is Wes and Kristen.
So yes, it was asked for us to provide an update regarding overview of staff turnover data for 2024-2025 school year, including employee retention trends, resignation reasons, and Colorado Department of Education staff turnover metrics. So I'm going to turn over to Kristen to provide the board an update on that.
So you have the numbers from last year in front of you, and I think the biggest question was, why does our data not match CDE's data? And there's a few reasons why. The first one is, when I report our data to CDE, it is as of December 1st. So they're looking at the first half of the year, basically. When I report data to you, it's the end of the year numbers. So there's a couple things that go into that. CDE reports, some of their numbers are double counted, just administrators and principals fall into two different categories, for example, so their numbers are a little bit inflated. You would have to look at their chart to know how they break it out. And I believe what Sydney shared gets into the chart. And then they also count, I count who are our public school employees, because that's who's on our books, that's who's on our payroll. So it's Carlson, King Murphy, the middle school and the high school. Georgetown information is reported, but it's CDE reports that.
It's a charter situation.
It's a charter situation. They gather the data, we do report it, but it's not reflected in my numbers. I don't know what their turnover is because I don't have them in our system.
2%.
The other thing is CDE also counts all of the BOCES employees. And again, they're not on our payroll. They're not our employees. They're contracted employees. So all of those numbers go into CDE's numbers as well. And then the other discrepancy could be because they're taking as of December 1st and I'm taking as of like May 30th. If say we have a custodian who starts the year with us and then in February decides to retire, they're going to be reflected in CDE's data, but they're not reflected in my data. And when I report to you, I don't report vacancies. I just report true FTE. Gotcha. So are there any questions on that? I know that's a lot to like throw out at once.
Well, I think it's important, I think you know, just the summary of the data that you provided, you know, we had, and I'm just gonna route it out here, the resignation in lieu of termination, there were 4 employees. Terminated or non-renewed were 3. Family reasons or moved was 10. Retired was 4. Career change is 1, and resigned is 4.
And one thing I do want to call out, because in the years that I've been with the district, the 4 years, the first year I was here, we had 5 staff members retire. And last year we had 4 retire. I think it's really important that we don't count retirements in turnover. Retirements are something we should be celebrating.
Right.
That staff members have been with us 15 years, 20 years, and they've had a successful career and they brought so much to us and they're retiring. That we can't expect people to work forever. So we should be celebrating retirements and not calling them turnover.
And just to be clear, what Carrie Ann just read was 24-25.
I'm sorry, say that again?
What Carrie Ann just read, that was for year 24-25.
Correct, yeah. Oh, no,
that's what it says.
Wait, this might be a typo on my part. Oh, sorry, it was 24-25 not returning for the 25-26 school year. You don't have the 25-26
right.
school year.
We don't have that.
Correct, that's what I meant.
Yeah, so normally it's given for like the previous year.
Well, I think this data is important for us to, you know, dispel some of the information out there in our community that we're losing all of our teachers. You know, facts matter.
Right. I met with 2 teachers today who have, oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. I was gonna, after. Well, wait a second, Jill. I just want her to finish her sentence.
Okay. I met with 2 teachers today who are resigning or have submitted their resignation, and both of them are leaving because their husbands are being transferred.
Right. It's always, do you keep the husband or not?
Right. And as someone who's moved across country 3 times for my husband's job, I get it.
Yeah, right. I mean, that was Brandy's situation.
Yeah.
Jill.
Do we know if the retirements are actually retiring? Like, I'm assuming that's probably the case for the majority, but I can, like Jeff Miller, he retired from Clear Creek, but then he went out east and he kept working for several years in education.
So, the information I have is that the retirees are truly retiring and not going somewhere else.
Okay, that's good.
Let me put it this way, we're filing them, like with para and everything else, as retirees.
Okay.
They're retired with us anyway.
I struggle with, it feels like we're trying to justify our big numbers, and tell ourselves that everything's okay. And I have to say, I don't think everything is okay. These are the exact same reasons that people leave any district in the nation. I don't know why we would consider them leaving here for those reasons different, the same reasons. And shoot, I had a third thing and I didn't write it down, so I don't remember what it was.
There is another audience that you wanna.
So is there some kind of exit interview that teachers go through?
We
So
started
how would
that.
it be reported, you know, if a teacher, for example, this year, as I'm hearing rumblings may be the case, that there are teachers who might be leaving because of, you know, some distrust and some difficult situations here at the district. And they are leaving because they got another job somewhere else, and then they're moving for that job. Say they got a job in Jeffco and they moved to Lakewood. Is that reported as they moved, and so that's why they left, or is that reported as, like, do we get more, like, qualitative data around that?
Yes, so, I offer the opportunity for every employee that is leaving to meet with me for an exit interview. And then I do get the data. So when I'm reporting that they've moved, it's either because they have young children and they're moving closer to family. Yes, they probably do get a job there, but the reason is because of family or because of their spouse. It's, if they're saying, well, I'm moving to Lakewood and I'm gonna go work for Jeffco, I'm not counting that as a move, I'm counting that as a resignation.
As a resident, okay. And so are you then able to provide more detailed information about those resignations to the board to say this number of teachers resigned for these kinds of reasons? Are you able to give some data of that nature kind of at the end of this, like for beginning next school year, for the end of this school year?
Yes and no. Because we're so small, I don't give any data where they could identify exactly who the teacher is. Because I want them to be able to feel like they can get open and honest feedback, and then that's why I give generalizations. Because if we were a Jeffco or a DPS and we had large numbers, I could give more information. But it's too hard to get into that much of the weeds when everybody would know who that specific employee is.
So then how would the board get that information then? How would the board understand if these were problems that were happening?
I mean, if it's a one-off, one person, they're probably not gonna get that information. If it's multiple people, then they will get a generalization of 3 people are concerned about this.
Okay, that's good to know that.
And that is why we ask for the data and the breakdown so that we as a board can have an understanding. This man is our only employee, right? So when we ask for that information, it's not like we can go out to the teacher pool and start doing that thing, right? So we have to keep arm's length, and I think that the data that she has recently been providing us has helped us build some traction around, you know, what are our opportunities again, right?
In the past, this data, which I'm hearing maybe hasn't been shared with all of you, has been presented in negotiations, and there are 2 board members who sat on the negotiation team, and so they would hear the data and the information.
So, Kristen, when the employees are doing the exit interview, I'm assuming this is more of a conversation, or?
It's a conversation.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's not just categories they're picking from?
I have 3 questions that I ask, and I ask the same 3 questions of every employee, and it's really like, I try to make it more casual, relaxed, conversational, and then I just get the information.
So it can be very broad?
Yes.
You can provide
Yeah.
a lot of background?
Yep, and I tell them this is their opportunity to share the good, the bad, and the ugly, like whatever they want me to hear. And then, you know, I tell them it's confidential in terms of it won't be identified who they are, but that there will be information categorized and brought back to all of you. Tom?
Further to this exact conversation, yours and Jill's and et cetera, the enrollment task force through Heidi has asked the principals to do exit interviews with families.
Right.
Which is written, it's a written survey, where people might be more forthcoming as opposed to meeting in person. I think that's what someone was alluding to. So why couldn't we consider giving these teachers, because there is a lot of speculation buzzing around the community about all the teachers that are getting. Wouldn't it be nice to have some transparency and some information, and maybe do that through a written survey where they may be more candid and more honest about what they think, so we can have more information today.
Thank you, Kristen. Oh, I'm sorry, we've got more. Let's keep it 2 more questions here, guys. We need to move
Got
on.
2 points.
Okay, thank you.
My first thing was on about the one-offs, like how we don't include them. I do think there probably is some relevance to include them because we are such a small district. So if one person has a concern, it may be other people's concern also. So that's a consideration there. And I also think if you want the data to be more consistent, maybe, I know we can't change everything to make it perfect, but even if we just align the timing of like both doing them in December and then December 1st, that might help to make the data more consistent because then it wouldn't include the person that left in May or as you suggested, or that, just trying to think of you, if they were both done around the same time, it'd be more likely that the data would be consistent than if they were not done at the same time.
So, I do an exit interview when people are leaving.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, this was about the overall, this goes back to the beginning, like the overall, the differences between the end of the year and I think you said CD, I'm not sure exactly.
Oh, I mean, I can share the CDE data as of December, but it's still.
She's
won't
just
be-
saying that because we do our data pool in December,
Yes.
but they do theirs in May, that maybe if we were to
If
collide.
we align
theirs,
those
yeah.
two.
Right, but our numbers will never match CDE.
No, I know they won't match, but maybe they would be more aligned because it would be a very similar point in time of what's going on. It was just a suggestion for that.
Thank you. Okay, let's do one more there.
I remembered my third point. I don't know what questions you asked, Kristen, but I'm wondering if, instead of saying, why are you leaving, if the question, why aren't you staying, would be more revealing. And maybe for the ETF as well with families.
And also the point around providing a mechanism for people to give feedback that isn't face-to-face as well. I mean, not everybody's going to want to do that, but they would be willing to complete a survey too. So, just to add that in.
All right, so I'm the one that called attention to this because of this issue. What?
Go ahead, sorry.
With what the public is seeing. The public is seeing these numbers. They're not getting the information that we're getting. And so if we are going to present numbers that are different from the CDE, which it sounds like is always going to happen, it needs to be explicit as to why the numbers don't match. Because if they don't match, I mean, I'm sitting here like, why don't they match? What's missing? Us as board members should be aware of exactly what's missing so that we can be consistent and speak to the community and the public numbers that are available, because public is going to see other numbers than what we're being presented with. And it is not consistent and it causes a lot of room for distrust.
Is there a spot on our website that it makes sense to put this retention information or lack of, I mean, it's like the unretention. Without the names on it, just so that people have the data. I mean, they're gonna go to CDE if we don't.
I think that's a good idea, and it needs to be updated every year, and then and maybe an explanation, like, hey, these numbers don't match because.
I'd argue there
BuzzFeed.
has to be an explanation, because otherwise people are confused. And I'm confused too, so if we're gonna send out even emails with these numbers, it has to be very explicit as to why they're different. And so that's why I requested a follow-up on it.
So have I answered your questions?
Yeah, you did, yes. I think maybe it should have been included in the original email, but it's covered now.
I like the idea of presenting it on the website with an explanation why they don't match, maybe giving the information to the enrollment task force and DAC so that those people that are involved in those things are clear and can clear up any, rumors or anything, or, they can ask questions if it's not making sense, and we can get to the bottom of it. And that way everyone's on the same page.
So is the website the best place if it doesn't have the context?
I think anytime we put out the report, having that information there with it is helpful, but without the context, a list of numbers would only cause confusion is my concern.
Yeah, I think Marcy and Sydney, but maybe you weren't hearing, but both of them have stated that they want that explanation there with it, the context.
Right, I'm hearing, what I'm hearing from Jessica, and I was thinking this as we're having this conversation is, should we have an annual report that goes out that lists all these different things, survey data, retention report, whatever, is if we want to include it, we can have.
A year-end report.
Right, so like school districts, some school districts put out an annual report, someone like businesses do, on what are the metrics that we measure our success as a district or as a business. And so we could say that we have certain things, like our goal is to reduce the folks that are leaving the district, and we try to put measures in place of like board goals to address that. And so, and then we say we want to improve our data. So we have the DAC say we want to improve the perception data and participation. So my wonder is that creating that context is an annual report that says, here's the efforts we're doing, the enrollment task force is doing, the DAC is doing, the long range planning committee is doing, that are supporting this annual report, and we have matrix to measure that, determined by the Board of Education to do so. Then we have something to say, we realize this is an area of opportunity. This is what we're doing as a district to address it. We see this as an opportunity. Here's a celebration. We've accomplished this, and we continue to work on this to continue celebrations of student performance, satisfaction, retention, so that we have this addressed.
I think that's fantastic, and to also put it on the website. So what is the date that you would propose to have the annual report done?
I think it would be something we create the measurements of what we would look for that report.
Yeah.
So
we can.
I don't have a problem putting it out there. I think that we need to, maybe that's part of the strategic planning, is that we have something that supports that, and then we say, okay, what are the things we want to focus on as our strategic plan to share to our community that we are accomplishing these things? Because there are many data points, so we need to have certain focus and say these are these 3, these 4, these 5, whatever they are, focus it, and then they have context of like, these are our goals as a district.
I would say the end
like
of the
that.
school year, like June,
Yeah.
and then we work on it looking,
Throughout.
yeah.
Right.
I mean,
That sound
maybe,
fair?
you know,
I think what you said during the strategic planning, kind of outline what we want that to include.
Yeah, use that as a tool for
Yeah.
this.
I think our first year might be a little weak going in, and then we'll be able to reiterate. after
So
that.
June of 27, we have a report that goes out saying, here's our benchmark data. You may have 2 data points, but it'll have that saying this is something we want to work on. And we share this with our communities to answer the questions and create the transparency that I hear people asking for.
In the meantime, between now and June 2027, can we get our current report on the website somewhere that makes sense?
Sure, we can.
When you say current report, do you just mean like what I just reported on?
but with the explanation.
Yeah,
with the
I mean, you don't
explanation.
want anything else right now, is what I'm asking.
Right, yeah, just so people can see it with their own eyes and digest it, yeah.
Right.
Maybe create accountability.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Did you have one more comment?
I have one quick thing, and I'm gonna label the elephant in the room. I don't know what you asked in the exit interview, but it's important to know if people are leaving for more money.
Agreed.
And if that question is not being asked, it probably should be, for the board's knowledge. Not necessarily, that doesn't necessarily mean public knowledge.
Right.
But I think that's important for the district to know.
Is it something we can consider where that would become a anonymous thing?
Say that again?
Is it something to consider where the exit interview could become an anonymous thing?
I mean, I can put together an exit interview survey, but I also, there were no exit interviews before I got here, so I implemented them. And for me, and for the staff members that I talked to, it's also about the personal connection.
And I think we started asking for exit interviews, it's been over 3 years now.
I've been doing them almost 4 years, since I started them as soon as I got here.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, we've got some traction there, so.
Maybe-
I
but I can
appreciate
put
the
together.
pinpoints.
Yeah, I mean, if.
We could give them an option.
Yeah, yeah,
Do you want to do in person or do you want to do anonymous?
yeah. Yeah, that's fine, yes, sir.
I mean, because you're so big and burly and they don't want to talk to you. I know. Okay, so moving on to finance, Jen.
Did you want to do the grant?
Oh, I'm sorry, I
Yeah,
was just
past
skipping
that.
right past that. Thank you,
We can
Kristen.
skip past it, but.
No, let's take it for
But it's gonna be 30 seconds. So there were some questions about how we determine pay for staff working out of a grant. And so the one thing that I said since I joined this district is my job is to be fair and equitable to every employee. And we have salary schedules for every position. We have a collective bargaining agreement through July 31st. And we have board policy. And in all of those, it says that we will pay people on a salary schedule. So if we are paying someone out of a grant, if you're a para and I'm paying you out of a grant, and you're a para and I'm paying you out of the general fund, your job is the same job. So your duties are the same, your responsibilities are the same, so your pay scale should be the same. Just because we're paying someone out of a grant, and a grant might have more money, does not give us the privilege or right to pay somebody more because the grant can afford that. It's equal work for equal pay.
It's not sustainable as well.
It's also not sustainable. And everybody we hire on a grant is informed that they are hired on a grant and that their position is temporary. But I can't in good faith pay this para $30 an hour and this para $25 an hour to do the same work. We have to make pay scale, we have to stick with our pay scales, and if we create a new position for something that we don't have, then there is a process for that as well. And it is not a quick and easy process, and it is a thorough process. And we get comps and we pay staff comparable to those positions in other districts.
So are you asking for anything from the
Nope,
board? on
I'm
that
just
front?
giving
You're just
information
letting us
on
know.
how
So are you moving forward going to be doing just that? Making sure that people are paid according to the salary schedule?
Yes, and I have been doing it.
Okay.
There's people who, I can't just undo what was done before I joined the district.
Understandable.
So as people are grandfathered into not being paid on the pay scale, because those were decisions pre-Kristen, but as those positions become vacant, we are right-sizing them.
And it has been an issue.
We're not scaling back somebody's pay if they were hired under different
No,
circumstances?
when the position became vacant, we put it appropriately on the salary schedule. I put it appropriately on the salary schedule. I would never, that's why there's people grandfathered in who were here long before me. I'm not gonna lower someone's pay.
We don't like to get sued. Is that all you wanted to say?
That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you so much for that update. So next, Jen, where are you hiding? All of the papers.
Let's give you a superpower that you didn't know you had.
So what we have first is expenses Q&A and then purchases with the insurance renewal proposal and the multi-year Meraki MX95 security and enterprise license renewal. So we'll start with that.
Okay, just some highlights on April's monthly expenses. Fund 10 general fund, there is a noticeable increase in school department level supply purchases, and that is as expected because it's the end of the year and we're just doing budget spend down activities. Student incentive costs, you'll see in the Fund 10, are supported by the Youth Connections grant, and they're tied to the completion of the student campaign. That is the one grant that is funneled through the general fund, so when you see that, just know those incentive costs are funded by the grant. Sport mileage reimbursement expenses have increased due to transportation shortages, so reimbursing coaches for some of that transportation. I believe it was wrestling. Vehicle and facility repair costs remain in line with the budgeted expectations. And the remaining expenditures continue to align with predictable monthly and quarterly recurring charges. I put a lot of notes in there, so I feel like it helps with kind of slowing down this question process, but if anything else stood out that I didn't note, please just let me know.
So when we're talking about the expenses for the coaches to do the driving scenario, wouldn't it have cost more money for us to have the bus do it?
Would it have cost more?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, they're just not normally expensed in here, you don't normally see them.
I see.
But you're seeing them now.
I see, but we're not blowing the budget.
No.
Okay, that's what I was getting.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay,
They're just more on here than in normal months.
got it. Anybody else?
I didn't have any questions. I did ask Jen to provide more information about the BOCES spending, just history for the last 3 years, which she did in a very detailed way, which I appreciate. And yeah, there's, I mean, nothing to report. It's nothing that we can not do. But Wes is working on an alternative, maybe in-house something or other that could maybe help
Offer
those,
some of
yeah,
that.
at Carlson.
And we've changed our billing structure with BOCES, and BOCES has changed their billing structure, so it's really hard to look at the past 3 comps as we've spent things, instead of district-wide by location for the last 2 years, and then BOCES used to have us pay directly to vendors, but now we pay directly to them and they pay all the vendors.
So it may seem like we're paying more, but it's maybe.
It just shows up in different lines and different months and quarters, so.
Okay.
Fund 21, food services. Only thing outside of food service purchases that are monthly recurring would be $8 was purchased by Steve, but it was for pre-K. That was moved via journal entry to the pre-K fund, but it shows on this report since I caught it reviewing these reports. And then there was professional development, a yearly training that Steve attends, so that's just a little different than all the other months. Grant heavy spend down to ensure allocations are spent in full by year end. Capital reserve, there was a JVA engineering firm doing design work, tank work, system feed, school fire suppression, attending the needs with Lookout Mountain Water District, and investigating the needs of the district. That design is for what we could need. And the costs associated with that went to capital reserve. And preschool supply, end of year spend down, a refund to a individual who made early Infinite Campus payments, but moved to UPK funding.
Are you in the second section of the report, or are you still in the first part of the report? Because we're about seeing the documents referring to.
Is this where you want me to put up your, or not yet?
No, these are just the
Highlights, as it were?
the monthly reports, so you'll have the vendor listing and each transaction breakdown by spreadsheet and the monthly checklist to reference.
Okay, thank you.
Does anyone have any questions on April's monthly expenses?
I'm just gonna continue to say your notes are extremely helpful. I would question a bunch of things if you make it very clear. So thank you for doing that.
Of course.
And for the audience, we do put this information on the website. If you have questions, reach out to any of us board members and we'll facilitate your questions.
Okay.
And we've been doing that for about 4 years now.
3 for sure.
3, oh yeah, when we were, yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Then we're gonna move on to
Security? Oh,
the
insurance.
purchases, the insurance and the multi-year. So just in accordance with board policy DJ/BJA, the following purchases and contract commitments require advance board approval prior to award or execution. Approval of the DHE multi-year security and license renewal purchase, and approval of the SIDSIP insurance policy renewal and purchase. I think we have to wait till the next session perhaps to get formal approval, but I wanted to get the information out there as these are time sensitive and they're should. So this one is our insurance renewal approval. Administration recommends approval of the district's insurance renewal, which provides continued coverage and comprehensive risk management protection for district operations, facilities, vehicles, employees, students, and board members. I'm pleased to report that the insurance provider experienced a low claims year overall, which contributed to a favorable renewal conditions for our participating members. This renewal also highlights the district's participation in an insurance pool. Although the district experienced higher claims this year locally, we still realized an 11% reduction in annual premiums, approximately $20,000 in savings, while maintaining the same coverage limits, protections with no reduction in coverage amounts. So basically, we had a high claims year. We know we had 4 different insurance claims, and the benefit of being in a pool is, as a whole, since it did not have a high claims year. So our renewal for this year was 153 as opposed to FY26 of 173,000. I think a $20,000 reduction on a high claims year is pretty great for our coverage without any changes to any of our choices. And this outcome demonstrates the financial stability and shared risk advantages of pooled insurance participation, helping the district maintain strong coverage while managing the cost responsibly. Any questions on SIDSIP? I don't know if this has been brought to you guys in years past. I don't believe it has, but I've heard, especially since it's a celebration and a win. And then multi-year Meraki security and enterprise license renewal. We recommend the approval of this budgeted purchase and renewal of the district's multi-year Cisco Meraki security and enterprise licensing agreement, including router security appliance and associated port licensing, to maintain uninterrupted network security, firewall protection, content filtering, VPN connectivity, and centralized network management across district operations. This renewal and equipment purchases are necessary to ensure continued operation, security, and compliance in our district's infrastructure, which supports instructional technology, administration systems, student devices, and secure internet access throughout the district. The total cost of this purchase is $38,627 and has been included in the approved budget or technology budget. The district has applied for E-rate funding reimbursable for eligible portions of these services and equipment. Upon approval and funding through the federal E-rate program, the district expects to receive reimbursement consistent with its approved discount rate, reducing the net local cost accordingly. Approval of this item authorizes the administration to proceed with the purchase and execution of all necessary agreements related to Meraki MX95 security systems and enterprise license renewal associated with security equipment.
Can I add to that?
Translate probably.
Well, no, I was just gonna confirm that, or just state that I did confirm that once the bill is paid and we have the canceled check or whatever, or the cash check back, then I can provide that to our E-rate consultant and we will get a full reimbursement on this.
Okay, are you ready for the big beast?
Which do you want to do first?
Let's start with general.
Okay. Oh, no, whoops, wrong presentation, hold on. Wait, it's turning right now. Alright, I'm gonna try and make this bigger without. Can you see that?
Oh, yeah.
I'm glad I have the pen out. How's that? And then we'll just kind of scroll through. Or I could do bigger. Go one more. One more. Yeah, there you go. That works. Yeah. It's just one more.
The 26-27 proposed budget assumptions are based on the January 14th School Finance Act funding run released by CDE. Since that release, an updated School Finance Act run has reflected a slight increase in our PPF, per pupil funding and total program funding. I think it's $3 and $1,000, so, but I got an email today saying that a final run should be released this week, but the changes that did negatively impact several schools and districts did not negatively impact us. We actually had a small positive impact.
Nice.
Therefore, minor budget adjustments are anticipated prior to the June 9th budget adoption, once the final funding run is issued. The budget assumes implementation of the proposed revised calculation or classified compensation schedule only. And upon board direction, additional compensation changes will be made prior to the June 9th budget adoption. In addition, confirmation of the federal forest funds has been received from the county, with an estimated allocation of approximately $488,700 to the school district, pending final agreement between the district and the Board of County Commissioners. Federal forest funds have not been incorporated into the proposed budget due to timing of the receipt of the information, but they do exceed the $144,000 that are included in this budget. So looking at the general fund, I guess for those of you who haven't seen this before, we have FY24 actuals, just for 3 years comparison, and then 25-26, the adopted budget. And then next to that's going to be the estimated actual for 25-26 based on 3 months of actual data, and then 9 months of actual data, and then 3 months of estimated based on prior year expenditures. And I really went 400 lines, line by line, comparing and thinking of things that could show up that are unexpected charges. So we ended with an estimated actual for FY25, and then the next column over is the proposed budget for the upcoming school year, 26-27. I'm going to just do some high-level highlights of the general fund summary, because, I don't know, this is the meat and potatoes of the budget, and I wanted to just give some really good notes on this. So the proposed general fund budget is structurally balanced and projected revenues of approximately $12.4 million and expenditures of $10.9 million with transfers out of $1.5. That sounds big, but only a few of those transfers are to our other funds. The rest is to our community, our charter school. It results in a positive net change in fund balance of approximately $56,000. The ending fund balance is projected to increase to approximately $6.69 million, reflecting continued fiscal stability and prudent financial management despite the ongoing enrollment pressures. The revenue projections are based on the school finance assumptions and included an estimated decline of 24.5 students due to the loss of averaging and continued enrollment decreases. Local property taxes continue to represent the largest funding source at 65% of total revenues. Salary and benefit expenditures remain aligned with current staffing structures and incorporate the transition of the classified staff to the new pay schedule. And personnel-related costs continue to represent the largest expenditure category. Operational spending shifts are going to reflect the strategic reclassification of certain services, including technology and custodial operations from in-house staffing to contracted service models, increasing the service expenditures while reducing the salary-related costs. So for years, we kept holding in salary benefits, and then every quarterly report, I would note, it's due to the salaries are holding the money. And I just think at this point for this year, I wanted to move it into actual purchase services, so we don't have to justify it or look at speed numbers every time. It's just going to be a little more factual. If we move away from that model, we can always adjust the budget out of professional services and back into salary and benefits.
So to recap what you've just said, you've put IT into professional services now?
As well as the custodial.
Right, okay, that's great, that's the way it should be, thank you.
I think it was just, for years, it was.
It was when there
Are
was
we
a
gonna
switch
do it? Are we gonna do
and
it?
then we didn't do it, right?
And
Yeah.
finally, I'm like, okay, enough's enough, we're gonna do it. So the transfer out expenditures are gonna be reduced in FY 26-27, and that is just response to, anticipated enrollment declines at the charter school. You can see, the budgeted amount in 25-26 versus the actual. Budgeted was at a 68 student, or 69 student count. Actuals, I think we had 61 students. Projected for this year's 50 enrollment. So, the transfer out decline is consistent with the changes in enrollment to the charter. Overall, the proposed budget maintains core operations, preserves reserve levels, and positions the district to manage continued enrollment and funding changes responsibly. I did do a few high-level yearly comparisons just so we can reflect on the changes that you see across the 3 years. Revenue in 26-27 is a slight decrease from 25-26 adopted budget, and the 24-25 actuals revenue, primarily driven by declining enrollment and reduced state funding. The local property tax revenue continues to strengthen, increasing to $7.24 million from $7.24 in 24-25 actuals to $8.6 in 26-27 proposed budget, growing from 56 to 65% of total revenues and offsetting the reductions in the state funding. State revenue is projected to decline, obviously since the local property tax is increasing, just reducing the state share of total revenues from 30 to 25%.
So let's stop on that just for a second, because when people hear that we get additional property tax money, they naturally assume that's getting compiled on top of what we already get on the state. But no, that's not how school financing works. The more we pull in at the local level, the less the state gives us.
Same
Just to clarify.
100%. It just,
Yeah.
here we get 60
They don't want us
here,
to have.
35 there.
The budget is the budget, it's how it's funded.
Yes.
Increased taxes means less from the state, but it's budget.
But for clarification, that's the exception of mills, so whenever we go for a mill or a bond or anything like that, that we get to keep, that does not get backfilled for the state.
Right, that becomes not part of that equation.
Right.
Which is why it's so enticing for us to look at.
Okay. Totals with expenditures in 26-27 are projected at 10.86 million, remaining relatively flat compared to the 25-26 estimated actual expenditures, while remaining below 24-25 actual expenditures of 11.31 million. So you can see the work that we're doing to reduce our expenses is showing from year to year. Salary and benefit costs continue to decline as a percentage of expenditures, decreasing from 69 to 65. And that's just reflecting staffing adjustments and the transition of operational functions to contracted services.
And that's another thing too. I don't think, when I look at the other school districts and I want to see what percentage they pay out of salaries, right? Well, now we have to look at our salaries plus our professional services, and that actually equals that number now.
It does, and a lot of our grant funding supports salary and benefits. Some may just use grant funding for purchase services, but we're able, because of the different kind of grants that we go for, to help offset some of that general fund salary and benefit costs. So even though it looks like it's 69% here, we haven't gotten to the grant funding, where a heavy piece of grant funding is also salary and benefits. Compensation doesn't include food services or pre-K salary and benefits as well. Professional and operational service expenditures increased compared to prior year. The district's financial position improves with ending fund balance increasing from 6.4 in 24-25 to a projected 6.69 in FY 26-27, despite the ongoing enrollment-related revenue pressures.
Can I just clarify? So the 6 point, 6.689, that does not include the forest funds?
And the balance, the change in fund balance in 26, 27 also does not. It incorporates 144,000.
Okay.
But, I think it's like a change difference of 300,000 that are not in there, so, we are growing the fund balance, and in most situations, yay, we want to grow our fund balance, we wanna have a healthy reserve, but when it comes to the topic of providing compensation for teachers, that's, a growth is not really what we wanna see when we have an opportunity to come.
Yep.
So, that will segue into the final piece of my presentation.
I have an accessory question. Do these projections include the potential savings that we could have with the Jeffco mental health?
No, it does not.
Okay.
Oh, with the JCMH, yes.
I was gonna say you presented that last time, so I would think that that's.
Yes. It does not include if we make other changes with an ASD program through the BOCES, because that information
Okay.
has come after I've submitted this to you guys. But, I also feel like for our first year, until we know what it's actually gonna cost us to run this program, and until we know what we're gonna get from other schools, it is probably safe to continue with the budget, as is, and if we need to revise it mid-year because we actually see significant cost savings, or, just incorporate it next year once we have factual data and, noticeable changes, then I think for now it is built that way, and I feel comfortable and safe leading that until we know what it's really gonna look like. Okay, that's it for general fund, unless anyone wants to some questions. I have lots of notes on each of these tabs. Do you guys want to hear them? Do you want to ask questions, or do you want me to just blast through some of the highlights by location?
Let's blast through some of the highlights.
All right, high school, you see a staffing increase in FTE, with the noticeable additions to the teaching and clerical support. And this is aligned for student needs and operational efficiency. The FTE increased as well as the salary and benefits increased due to changing in positions and additional FTEs added to other instructional teachers there. With admin, the cost increase are primarily due to the FY26 budget was actually set low for the actual needs of the administrative support roles, as it was based on prior salary levels that have since increased due to staffing changes and role adjustments. A portion of it is the two secretaries weren't budgeted at the high school high enough due to a miscalculated FTE. And you'll see the opposite in the middle school. As I flip those FTEs, I think they were 0.66 at the middle school and 0.33 at the high school when the budget was written last year. And for 26, 27, based on the differences in the middle school and high school, I flipped those. So you're just gonna see reductions there and increases at the high school. Per pupil cost increased, primarily driven by the declining enrollment rather than significant expansion in services. It's important context just when reviewing year-to-year changes. Instructional remains the district's top priority, representing just over 40% of the expenditure, showing continued alignment of resources directly to classroom learning. You see a decrease in the study expenditures, and that's reflecting adjustments in staffing allocations and alignment with the BOCES budget, rather than a reduction in required services. Several employees that were coded to 3130 moved to 4027, which moves them from general fund to grant fund. And that's just due to, we had an increase in IDA revenue from carry forward from several years. So we were able to spend down a lot of that carry forward, so we can just move with a clean slate of our annual amount that we receive every year. And I'm going to do an MOE evaluation with BOCES and CDE to ensure we are in full compliance with these numbers. it may result in moving somebody off of just, general fund salary onto this, and that would help increase those numbers, but it's not gonna change any of the bottom line here as it's all in the general fund salary piece. So it would just be
I'm sorry, go ahead, I didn't mean to interrupt.
from 3130 to 000.
Okay, great. The per pupil cost increases,
Yes.
what is that? What is the number that it has increased to?
16,529, where in 25-26, it was 15,294. So it increased about $1,000, but that is the loss of 4 students, and then as well as the changing in the salary and benefits for those 2 secretaries and other admin positions.
That is substantially lower than the per pupil cost to any of the other districts around us. I just want to point that out. Biz? I'm going, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just thought that was a good point.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Can I just ask, how is that calculated or determined? Like that we're lower than the other districts?
It would be a cost per FTE, so the total expenditures divided by the number of students enrolled in that location. Okay, so middle school, admin decrease at the middle school, and increase at the high school due to an FTE calculation in the prior year's budget. Salary decrease even though FTE increased due to moving positions from middle school general fund coding to middle school grant funds. Cost per student decrease aligns with the overall budget decrease. At Carlson, in 25-26, we had budgeted for 3 custodial positions and had a vacancy throughout the year because we didn't know what we would need once we had moved into that facility. And we are now just budgeting for 2. So there's an elimination of that and a 0.55 position. So you don't see the 0.55 position reflected in the staff counts, as those counts were head counts and did not include the vacant position. So it doesn't look like there's a reduction in FTE, but there was, because we don't count vacancies. So that's why salary and benefits looks lower here. SPED decrease again, moving to 4027 to allow for Medicaid rate reimbursement and to spend down the carry forward from prior years. Maintenance and security, the reduction of maintenance and security is due to lower custodial salary costs with 2 positions filled compared to 3 in the prior year. On King Murphy, building maintenance and purchase services increased due to the reclassification of outsourced custodial from in-house to in-house salary expenses to purchase services. And per pupil cost increases driven primarily by declining enrollment rather than significant expansion in services. Central, instructional program expenditures reduction is due to the decreased staffing linked to the very enrolled program. I think we had 3 maybe fall off this year. So there is 60,000, 70,000 in cost savings there. Salary and benefits decreased to the elimination of an admin position and reclassification of IT to purchase services. SPED expenditures increase is driven by higher tuition costs associated with the out-of-district placements, balanced in part decreased due to the reduced use of ever-driven services. So it went up because of tuition. Some of that increase was like offset though by the reduction of ever-driven services. Again, I'm gonna do a deep dive with the MOE and just make sure that we're meeting all of these demands. But otherwise there won't be changes, and if so, it'll just be within lines within the same general fund budget. Pupil support expenditures, the increase is attributable to increased PT and OT services. Instructional staff support budget, decreases due to the elimination of an admin position, completion of the Youth Connections project, which has been previously run through the general fund, and the reallocation of IT and custodial benefits to contract purchase services. Transportation, you'll see a decrease in salary and benefits as a result of a reduction of extra duty and overtime to more closely align with the actuals from last year. I think it might have been just set a little higher than we ended up needing. And on transportation, supplies and equipment changes due to decreased utility and increased credit for activity transportation fees. We get a credit for that in this particular location. However, the expense is offset throughout the site locations like middle school and high school. Maintenance, I didn't have any notable changes. Did anyone have any questions or concerns? I did mention that as we move to this ASD program, we may see a result in cost savings and that could affect the SPED budget, but until we fully implement the program, I think it's safe to leave it as we had budgeted on BOCES for proposed budget as well.
So for the proposed budget, 26, 27, are those incorporating the numbers that we discussed at the last meeting?
This one is only assuming the adoption of the classified salary schedule.
Okay, so not the 2.5.
No, once I have concrete direction from the board, I will revise before the adopted budget.
Is there any way to get these more current numbers with the options? Is that a big thing? With the, it is, okay. I was just curious to see, because the fund balance is different now, because now we know for sure what we're getting for forest funds.
These reports are spit out through IV, but I don't know if I can do pretend scenarios in IV. I feel like you have to kind of just, if you load a change, it's kind of blocked. I have to investigate if you can.
Can you calculate and give us?
Yeah, like on the bottom line, probably not line by line, but.
Right, yeah, I would think bottom line is good for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I have a piece on that. Finish off the presentation.
Okay.
And see if that helps kind of maybe give you more clarity. Okay.
Wanna go to the other one?
Yeah, between now and the next board meeting and between that and the adopted, I'm more of a visual learner. Hearing all this wouldn't help me, but I'm happy to make whatever kind of information presentation workbook that would help guide those decisions. Yes, so this is all other funds outside of the general fund. Building fund, it shows a planned drawdown of the remaining resources, transitioning a significant prior fund balance to full allocation and planned depletion by the end of 26-27. So this, even though it's called building fund, it's really the bond expenditure fund, whereas the bond fund is the banking side of it. So these are just the expenditures to spend down the remaining bond funds. The beginning fund balance was 10.68 in 24-25. And it's dropped down to 3.21 by 26-27, reflecting multi-year investment in our capital projects and reserves being intentionally spent down. The revenues are minimal and stable at $100K annually, primarily from investment earnings, meaning that the fund is largely supported by prior accumulated balances rather than ongoing revenue. So our transfers in from the general fund and or the sale of a property. The revenues are minimal and stable at $100K annually. Oops, read that. Expenditures are decreasing significantly over time from 6.57 in 24-25, actuals to 3.31 in 26-27, reflecting the completion or winding down of major capital projects. The planned uses of this include the arbitrage calculation of 2.4 million, which is 73% of the expenditures. When recalculated in December, if we are still there, the remaining funds will then move into this contingency, district-wide contingency. District-wide contingency bucket to be reallocated. But right now, I think 2.4 is the safe amount to hold in there for arbitrage. High school project is fire alarm panel replacement. Hopefully, with the support of the BEST grant, we have budgeted $400,000 for that. District-wide contingency is $345,000, which will be allocated to projects as they are determined throughout the year. Carlson-related work could be radon testing, and King Murphy projects are the playground and fencing. Prior year spending was heavily concentrated on Carlson's projects, while this year it's going to shift towards the arbitrage requirements and then smaller remaining capital allocations. District-wide contingency funds and project balances indicate remaining flexibility of prioritization of smaller capital needs. And like I said, if that arbitrage calculation comes in lower, we're going to be able to increase that and support a few more projects throughout the year. The fund is fully going to be drawn down by FY 26-27 with a fund balance projected at $0 and we creating complete allocation of the remaining building fund, bond fund resources. It just reflects transitioning from active capital construction to spindle final project closeout. Questions on bond budget? I don't know if you guys want to, I won't dive too deep on this because it's really just banking. We've got a fund balance. The balance always stays high enough to be able to cover the December payment. Then we get our property tax revenue and a little bit of earnings on investments. Pay a very minimal agent fee and then principal and interest payments. Small change in fund balance, and then the remaining fund balance for the end of the year is what's going to be kept to cover FY 28 December payments due to the timing of revenue receipt. Ooh, I knocked that whole page out real fast. Okay, capital reserve. There's no projected revenue in the top revenue section because this is fully funded through transfers from the general fund. So for FY 27, the budgeted transfer remains consistent at $100,000, same as prior year. Keeping it at $100,000, it continues to be relatively low just due to the remaining TMF loan funds that help us maintain a healthy fund balance while supporting the goal of preserving the general fund's financial stability. So less transfer ins as we have that kind of safety net from the remaining TMF loan. The expenditures are shown at higher levels compared to previous years. However, this increase is majorly going to be offset by the additional revenue, which is reported under the transfer ins. So we have an insurance claim reimbursement. So as we charge these expenses, CITSA will reimburse us, and it's going to help offset the cost. So that's $5,000 for this year's deductible. I do not think we're going to get all of the insurance projects cleaned up by June 30th, so I am budgeting a piece in here. I think it's roof repairs and possibly the high school track are going to be the two that go in here. If for any reason our fund balance seemed low or I didn't want to do it this way, I can also have CITSA directly reimburse the vendor and prevent that back and forth. But this is kind of my way of keeping solid track of every single expense we've claimed in reimbursement. We put $20,000 at each school for various projects. $40,000 for technology, Chromebook purchases for students. And then there's transportation related expense of a bus replacement and a fleet vehicle maintenance truck and snowplow. Both directors have come to me this year with the need for new vehicles. I did see the previous bus was, the most recent bus purchase was in 2023. And I think it's been discussed to replace them every 2 years. So we didn't do it obviously this year. And then at 2027, that would give us at a 4-year gap since the last bus replacement.
I think we bought something else besides the bus. Brooke has
small motor
input.
vehicle.
Yeah, Brooke, remind us what we bought.
Well, I mean, we got the 3 originally with that bill that we did.
Right.
And we were supposed to, it was supposed to continue, we were supposed to get a bus, small vehicle, bus, and continue. We haven't done anything in 4 years, which I get.
No, I think we bought a small vehicle. We bought a van of some type.
We got the bus, we got one more bus, 4 years ago?
We bought 3 buses in
And when the ESSERs, in the 2020, we got the ESSER funds.
and then one in
So that wasn't
2021.
part of, what I'll say is, yes, we're a bus. I'm never gonna turn a bus down,
Right.
but the way that the district is, quite honestly, I'd be looking to buy a $175,000 bus.
Right.
And maintenance vehicle, so what I would like to do, which I've said every year, is let's start putting away, so in every other year, then we have, we've done it, and then we can start to do it. Bus is obviously a priority, small vehicle, not so much right now, we have 3 vans. We don't know what we're gonna, things are changing in Florida and all that kind of stuff, so we just.
So are you saying we are in good shape, bus, like mileage
I do not
and?
need a bus this year. Will I turn it down? Nope. But realistically, for the sake of the school district,
So how much would you suggest we
well, I mean, you gotta do it, and they're what, 100, what's the proposal I sent you, Jim? Was it
A
175?
bus is 175, but the way it works with budgeting, you don't necessarily put it away if you just don't purchase it. It stays in the reserve, in the fund balance, knowing that this is gonna come and we have a healthy fund balance. The year that it's time to do it, you would then just pull from your fund balance. So if you
Yeah.
don't do it,
You
it's
just
not
have
like
to
we
some
budgeted
way
it in there. We just-
communicate that it's sitting in the fund balance.
Well, they
because
did that for years, when I was first here, there was money set aside every year for the vehicle purchases.
Gotcha.
So we were good, and then we obviously ran into extra money with ESSER, so we did end up getting the 2 vans. But, I mean, I'm not gonna turn it down, but listening what you hear on this tonight, that's a lot.
Thank you for that. I
That's a lot.
appreciate, I think we appreciate the honesty. All right, Jen.
And then, if we were to do a maintenance truck, it's 48,000, 12,000 for a snowplow.
Didn't we just buy a maintenance truck like 3 years ago? It was the last year Justin was here.
It was a standard truck.
No, it was a truck.
It was a truck, yeah.
Yeah, and we have a 2001 with 160,000 miles, a 2004 with 60,000 miles. It needs repairs, but it could make a good candidate for a class use truck. 1999 with 300,000 miles and a 2023 with 8,000 miles. Erin might be popping on to see something.
She's on. Erin, did you have a comment?
I was gonna add input if input was needed. Jen pretty much summed it up. A truck was purchased in 2023. That's our newest vehicle. And then the other 3 are 20 plus years old.
Since it's used mainly for maintenance and building and building operations, can it not come out of bond?
Well, I posed that question to Jen's former position and Tom. And to me, it falls in somewhat of a gray area in the bond language. I'm open to using bond funds for it. I think that it, in the line item or the line that states, it's not facilities, but basically maintenance for, well, I don't even remember what it says, but there's a line item in the bond language that again is slightly gray, but I think that a vehicle could be purchased out of bond funding.
Amy Canfield from Steamboat said, I don't interpret it that way. Or I do interpret it that way, that it does qualify, under the remaining bond funds. However, there's not a ton of remaining bond funds either, so, there is enough to support moving this, piece there, I believe, this year, and that's an easy change. And I was under the impression, after many conversations this year, that we did need a vehicle, but, or transportation vehicle, but that's an easy change, and as a result, if you take that out, our net change in fund balance is only gonna be a 5,000 decrease, and that's just due to the insurance deductible. So, the 100,000 alone transfer would be enough to support this, and then the other expenses that are being charged here are gonna be reimbursed. So we would see, just a $5,000 decrease in this, net fund if we make that change and remove the transportation.
And removing the bus?
What?
And I'm asking Jen, and removing the bus?
Removing the bus and the maintenance. If we move the maintenance truck to bond and just, took bus out of the picture for this year, then, yeah, we would only have a change in fund balance of $5,000 into our capital reserves this year.
Okay.
One more thing real quick.
Okay.
I'm not saying that we don't, I mean, because I think Jen is confused on what I'm saying. We need a bus, we're gonna need a bus, we don't need a bus this year.
Understood.
You know, I mean, the miles are going up, and the CDE changes, I gave all that information, I don't know if she, you know, I've given it to everybody, Marcy's got, everybody's got it except for you two, and I can get it on the years and the CDE changes after, you know, you can only have a bus for so many years and so many miles and vehicles. They haven't done it yet, but they may. So we just kind of want to be prepared. And I'd be more than happy to get that stuff to you, but as of right now, listening to what I
I mean,
listened to,
that's a testament to the automotive staff.
you know, I mean, would it be nice? Sure, but we don't have a whole lot of money. I mean, I've been yelled at for TMF, so I don't want to be yelled at for having to do bus. So, you know what I mean? So I just don't think it's good.
Aaron, does the truck that needs to be serviced, is it worthy of being serviced?
Can you restate that question?
So Jen mentioned there's a truck in your fleet that's a maintenance vehicle that needs some service work. Is it worthy of being serviced? Is that what you're trying to say? Is that a recommendation?
So we did put some money into a vehicle this year that, and just a little bit of background. So our plow and sander truck that does most of the year just sitting around until a snowstorm event, it doesn't offer us much travelability other than just plowing and sanding. So the truck doesn't see that many miles, but it is our 300,000 mile truck. I would like to move the truck that we put some money into this year that is still old, but it only has 60,000 miles on it. I believe that would be a good candidate to move the plow and sander onto, or just the sander, which already has a plow. Get rid of that 300,000 mile truck and replace it with a new vehicle. That would make we would have a fleet of 3 trucks that are, in quotations, newer or reliable, so that we could manage the snowstorms. Right now, with the fleet that we have one and a half reliable trucks to manage snowstorms, and it puts us in a tight spot.
Thank you for clarifying.
So can we, I mean, I know we wouldn't get that much money for them, but the vehicles that we would be getting rid of, can we auction them or something?
Yep. My plan and what I've done, and has resulted pretty good results in years past, is to take the vehicle and auction it in an auction in Denver. The company takes 10% of the profit, but it's a world audience. And I've done pretty good on used vehicles, especially when they go with a plow.
When I'm thinking about our budget and our current situation, if we could take that expense, which it does sound like it's needed, with some, wiggling and selling and that sort of thing. I would prefer to see that come out of bond instead of, our staff money, basically.
No, I really would too, Carrie Ann, and that's why I really tried to push that last year. But ultimately, I didn't get a lot of traction with that.
Gotcha. Well, does the board have any thoughts on that, or are you guys, what are your thoughts?
To it, but is there a way to consolidate the amount of vehicles we need? Especially if one mostly just sits.
Well, it is very difficult to remove a sander and the plow, the truck, and to get it back on when you need it in a snow situation. So I understand why they need to have one just armed with that. At the same time, we have 4 buildings.
Yeah, and 5 properties really
Yeah,
that require
right,
plowing.
Yeah.
And we're just not equipped to remove that sander. A plow, sure, we can remove a plow within 10, 15 minutes. But the sander is a much larger job, and we're really just not equipped to remove that sander.
Board, I think, it might be a good idea to give Jen some direction if we have a consensus on moving any of these numbers.
I agree with moving that. Saving the bus for next year, revisiting.
Yeah, we should keep that in mind, that that's something we need to address, but
Jen
push it off if we can.
amazing notes.
You have
that in the projected budgets, right?
This is in the projected, yes. So that line right there, that's 235,000. But that would go to 0, and then the net change in fund balance would change from 240 decline to just 5,000. So the fund balance then would increase and be a little heavier too. And then obviously that's going to just have a little additional effect again to the building fund, but not actually, because that district-wide contingencies will be 345,000. Right. So it would only affect those 2 lines of the adopted. Okay, grants. When we upload this into the system, and especially for the proposed budget and adopted, we don't always have confirmation from CDE or the federal, whoever we applied for the grants for, on if we have received them. So the ones that we have gotten no's to, I've removed from here prior to sending to you. But any of the lines towards the bottom where you don't see comp numbers to 25, 26 are new bonds, new grants that we have applied for this year. And so you do see an increase in the revenue and expenditures of about $500,000 that we're hopeful we could get, but it can take until late June before you have a final answer on some of those. So gone ahead and budgeted them for them. You don't have any beginning fund balance, you don't have any fund balance, it's just we expect to get this much in revenue and we expect to expense it. The only impact that this can have is if we get all of those, it often helps alleviate some of the expenses on the general fund throughout the year.
And so all of the ones that don't have prior year comparison are the ones we're waiting to hear if we get.
Yes. And of course they can grow throughout the years. That's where that other grant fund comes in at 400,000, where we can accept and budget and take the revenue in for additional grants that we may apply for in December or something like that. Food services. The revenue budget remains closely aligned with our prior year expenditure levels. So you can see that a slight increase in FY27 is primarily due to the inclusion of the Georgetown Community Service Food Service reimbursement in the budget. An increased lunch, breakfast, federal aid closer to align with 25-26 and project with closer to align with 25 and projected 26 actuals. The salary increase result is of prior year vacancies that were not included in the budget. The we do not fill those positions, we will obviously see a reduction in those expenses. Transfer in the budget at FY 26's budget amount, we're projecting to reduce from 150 to 100,000. But I think just to be safe for 26, 27 budget, we have still budgeted $150,000 transfer in. As a result, you see a very modest growth in the fund balance throughout the years, 27,000 to 29,000. The transfer in budget at FY 26's budget amount, no, I already said that. FY 26's transfer it reduced to ensure, I already said that too. The district is actively managing efficiency, menu changes, grant pursuit, software reductions to control costs. They found that one of the softwares that they were using, they weren't utilizing to its capacity and have decided to reduce that cost this year. I think it was a few $1,000s. The fund is operating close to break even annually with small positive net changes resulting in a required transfer in to maintain. Staffing and food costs are the main budget drivers, and the salary benefit expenses could decrease if vacancies remain. I already said all of that. Okay. Any questions on food service? Does that seem like an appropriate transfer into still? The reason we reduced, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. The transfer in for 25, 26 is because CDE requires that you do not hold in your fund balance more than 1/3 of your expenses. So we weren't able to do $150,000 transfer in, or we would have exceeded that threshold. Preschool tuition. Revenue is conservatively budgeted based on enrollment forecasts provided by the schools. However, actual enrollment may exceed these projections, which would result in higher than budgeted revenue. The UPK state revenue is becoming the dominant funding source, growing to about 73% of the total revenue. You can see that in 25, 26, we budgeted more for tuition and less for UPK, and the UPK amount far exceeded the tuition from individuals. So I've changed that budget for 26, 27 to follow that trend. Tuition for families is declining proportionately, dropping about 27% revenue despite rate increases. Overall, the funding mix is shifting from parent paid tuition toward state-supported UPK funding. I believe the intention is to increase part-time $50 and full-time $100 tuition for 26, 27. Major cost drivers, salary benefits remain the biggest expense. Other categories, services, supplies, materials remain a small and stable and minimal variation from year to year. The fund balance continues to receive a consistent $100,000 transfer in annually. This transfer, combined with revenue growth, supports a steady increase in fund balance. The fund is operating in a healthy and improving position, with the revenues generally keeping pace with the expenditures. Enrollment growth and UPK expansion are the key drivers of the financial stability and surplus growth. The district anticipates that if enrollment exceeds projections, the general fund transfer may be reduced in future years.
And this is all reflected on the main general fund numbers that we already went over, the transfer.
Yeah, on the general fund summary, you'll see the transfers out, so 350,000. For those three funds, yes. It's not in the revenue, it's like in its own little weird line below, but you do see that. It's combined with Georgetown, so it looks like 1.5 million, but it's 350,000 in transfers plus the Georgetown.
Okay.
People activity fund, high school activity accounts for the largest share of revenue, 68 to 71%. Middle school, King Murphy and Carlson each contribute smaller but steady portions. The expenditures generally track closely with the revenues, and the student fees proposed to increase at the high school level next year. The fund is being intentionally managed to ensure proper spending of accumulated activity funds rather than growth. Operational changes and management updates, all staff fundraising is managed at school levels. We are transitioning all 4 accounts to First Bank. We have all the accounts open and small transfers of funds there, but pretty soon we will be fully operating out of that. First Bank decided at this transition time to turn into PNC, so we are kind of holding off until that's completely done, so I don't have to confuse everyone and train everyone twice on something that's gonna change in a month. That should be happening in June, so hopefully the implementation can be done by start of the school year. Implementation of centralized oversight for reconciliations. Stacy Burville took on the opportunity to help me reconcile these accounts. She already kind of helps Debbie at King Murphy often with it, but she's overseeing it with Jenny as well to ensure the accounts are fully reconciled, especially before we do it with the transfers out of that account, so we don't have bounce checks or anything like that. Next year, I want to move towards a system-based check processing, eliminating handwritten checks and improving accounting controls. Often we handwrite the checks, and if we don't go put it immediately into QuickBooks, then there's always a discrepancy. And if your checks aren't carbon copies and you find what you had done, it can cause issues. So we would move to just processing the checks out of QuickBooks onto just a printer with checks. So the only expense would be buying checks that way instead of paper checks. These efforts are going to improve the state audit results finally. And the fund is stable, it's operationally balanced with revenues and expenditures closely aligned. No significant growth is expected. The focus on internal control, consistency, and proper stewardship of these student activity funds. Administration changes are improving transparency, reconciliation, and financial oversight. And the fund balances are being managed down intentionally to ensure appropriate use of the student-generated funds. Okay, that is all I have on the proposed budget.
I have a quick question. I don't know if you're the appropriate person, if this is the appropriate time or the appropriate meeting. But I would like to know, and maybe we talk about this in 9 days. Is there any wiggle room in our budget to potentially assist some kids with Warren Tech?
Yes, I increased it higher because for one, we may have to increase the FTE there, which would result in another $5,000, and I left that as we hadn't completely solidified if we were going to do that or not. So I think there's about a $20,000, which is what JCMH suggested to me based on some of our data they can see kind of the insurance perspective there.
So when do we talk about that?
Huh?
When do we
talk about that? I don't know, I guess we put it on the agenda for the 21st maybe?
For our next meeting? Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't got to have.
I mean, is it something that we have to vote on, or we just discuss it and direct?
As long as you've approved the budget, then and it's incorporated in there, I think that would be an okay expense, but I'm not gonna have that communication personally with Wes on if that's something that we can comfortably do, but assuming that was probably the direction.
Wes. Oh, am I running this meeting?
No, I was Wes. For the next meeting, when you present your budget proposal or whatever for like pay.
Should do that tonight.
No, I had a seed to plant, but that was it. I don't want to open up a can of worms or a huge conversation, but I wanted to.
Yeah, whatever final report you're planning on doing at our next meeting, will you also include the cost of potentially adding more kids to Warren Tech?
Okay.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. That's what we're talking about?
Yeah, but
guys, I'm sorry.
Yes,
I said JCMH in my head, not.
Yeah,
that's why I was wondering I'm trying to figure out the connection between JCMH and.
I'm just curious about Warren Tech, and I'm also curious, I want to be sure that we follow the policy on how the kids were chosen. Like, we have to, right? You know?
But the kids weren't chosen per our policy, and that's the problem.
That's-
They
yeah,
all
that's what I'm
went
saying.
straight to
Do
Warren
we
Tech
need to
instead of going through
revisit
our policy.
I mean, I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus. I know it happened when people weren't even, new people and everything. And so I don't know what the solution is, but I do think we should talk about if we have any wiggle room in our budget to, maybe not every single kid that applied, but we go back and choose the kids based on our policy. And if we have any wiggle room, maybe we add a couple more this year only.
So I hear what you're saying. The process of selection after the fact, we can look into that. The prior process, the students applied for the program, used to go through the school. Because of Enroll Jeffco, which started around the time that we opened the door up for more kids to participate, allows students to circumvent the selection process for the school to send them to Warren Tech. And so it's causing part of the problem is they can just go in and register for Warren Tech. They go through that process, they get accepted through Jeffco, and they notify the school that these kids have been accepted. And so that's where the disconnect has happened. And so the decision was made by the principal to say, I need to notify folks now that there's been this, that we can't afford to send all these students. We've also, in addition, we're working with the foundation and they've given us 2 slots right now at this time. So we're trying, and we've also reached out to other organizations in the community to see if they will fund programming too. So we're trying to do that, but we can look back about just making corrections to that. And if there's funds available, we can add more slots accordingly.
I'm not trying to speak out of turn, but maybe some of the forest funds, because we got more than we got last year. And I know we're in a tough spot financially. I totally get it. I'm not trying to, spend money that we don't have, but.
It was essentially the district's mess up.
Yeah,
right?
if we could.
And honestly,
right.
yeah, the students are being a little bit punished. But I also think that because we talked to some folks who were privy to that list, that if they were to whittle through the list with that there are some cherry picking to do there, like a student that has no intention of graduating, for instance.
Those have been eliminated from the list.
Right, so, those kinds of things, and so now we're down to what, 30?
30 students total were accepted who chose their first choice and were accepted for their first choice. We're right down to that. I believe at this point, there may be 11 students who have been selected, 9 from what was budgeted and was traditionally accepted in the program, and 2 additional from the foundation.
So that leaves 19-ish.
19 who are not, and we heard from at least one of those.
Right.
2 of those.
Yeah,
Now-
so can we potentially afford it for this year to honor what we've historically done with the expectation that next year we're gonna have to start a new process?
So
Or-
historically depends on when you start the history.
Yeah, right.
History is just 9 students history.
It was-
historically.
Okay, COVID, we got a bunch of money.
Right.
And so we opened up this program, which is wonderful, but
There were
the
no.
money has gone away now, but we haven't whittled down the program, and doing it after the fact, based on what we've done since COVID,
You're correct.
feels like we should find a way to budget for this.
This year.
This year, and then next year we can start.
So what
The
is the
policy
number,
color.
are you basing on the dollar amount available or the number of students who don't have,
The
who
number
are
of
accepted, who
students.
don't, or not?
We've got 19 kiddos that have
Are
not
outstanding.
that are outstanding. What is the dollar amount that we would need to come up with to honor what those kids have done?
6,000 times
6,000
19.
times 19.
120,000?
6,000 times 19 students.
Oh, 6,000.
114. Yeah, can you propose a budget for that?
And compensation too.
Well, the compensation levels that we had discussed, I think, at the last meeting, are we still all very comfortable with the classified, I always want to say classified ad, the classified schedule as well as the 2.5 across the board? Is that what we're still looking at? Which is equivalent to a step.
May I run something by you guys?
Oh, why would you?
Okay, Okay, so I have the confirmation from the county that they received the federal forest funds. We're entitled to 25%, 162,000. In addition, based on historical practices and the agreement between the school and the Board of County Commissioners, the school is to receive the remaining 50% of the fund, which that amounts to 325,000, brings the total amount to 488,000. I budgeted 144 last year, and this will go into this year's funding.
So it sounds like with that particular money, when she mentions the forest funds, that maybe we could accomplish 114 out of that.
I have not received these, but good faith leads me to believe that they will be in part of the Clear Creek School
We have
District's
Georgia
allocation.
We just had them here earlier, they told us it was coming, so.
And it's one-time funds, like
Right.
going out. I mean, I think
And
it's
this is a
a
one-time situation.
conversation that should be had anyways.
It's very likely that we will receive these funds for spring of FY27, so then that'll be part of next year's budget. The other fund's gonna go into this year's fund
Sure.
balance. Though it will likely be less than we received this year because a lot of it was some retroactive pay. So the fund balance will be growing in FY26, and like I said, normally good thing, but when it comes to we need to compensate, then we don't wanna be ending with an increasing fund balance really. In the previous meetings, a COLA of 2.5% was discussed. After reviewing the meet and confer survey results, because I did make a suggestion and I went home, you guys, I could not sleep over it, so I'm coming back to it, so I'm sorry about that. But after the meet and confer survey results, I do find it in the best interest of the district to shift from a 2.5% COLA to offering a step to the certified and classified employees, assuming that we move to the revised classified salary schedule. A step is equal to the 2.5% COLA, and in addition to offering those who are eligible to receive a step, admin, pro tech, coaches, sponsors, and employees who are maxed out on the steps, a 2.5% COLA. I believe going the route of a step versus COLA benefits the employees by honoring predictability, reducing staff turnover, and encouraging lane progression, resulting in more professionally developed employees. The steps rewards experience, whereas COLA simply adjusts for the pay of inflation. If we only give COLAs and skip steps, the newer employees can catch up to or surpass veteran employees on the pay schedule, even though they have fewer years of service. And over time, that undermines the value of experience in our compensation system. For example, a teacher with 10 years of experience should generally earn more than a teacher with 2 years of experience. If we only apply percentage increases and don't move people through the steps, those pay differences shrink and eventually new employees can overtake the veteran staff. I believe this move benefits the district by allowing for structured budget forecasts, perception of fairness, and transparency. The scenario I'm going to propose benefits every employee in the district while also protecting the district's long-term financial stability. Requesting a step increase directly addresses the highest priority identified by the staff survey feedback and ensures employees are recognized for their years of experience, their experience and years of service. When we provide only a COLA, we increase the entire salary schedule permanently. This not only impacts our current employees, but it raises the cost of every future hire and every future step movement because all salary levels are now based on the higher starting point. Over time, each additional COLA creates a compounding financial effect. For example, if we apply a 5% COLA to a $50,000 salary this year, the salary increases to $52,500. The following year, another 5% COLA would be calculated on the new higher amount of $52,500. In contrast, a step increase recognizes employee progression while allowing COLAs to continue being applied to the original base schedule, which helps manage long-term cost growth more effectively. Does anyone follow?
So, yeah, you're saying
When we do COLAs, the whole salary schedule increases.
So you're saying we can do both? For the people that are not eligible for a step, we can do because I thought Kristen said last week. we
Yeah,
couldn't do
because that's why we decided to go with the COLA, because
Yeah,
that
I mean,
would
that makes sense
that
to
would
me to do
eliminate
what
some
works for
people
everybody.
getting anything.
So it's 2.5% for everybody. Those who hit the ceiling, they get a 2.5% COLA.
But everybody else that's not at the ceiling gets a
Step
step.
is just 2.5%.
Which is what they asked for
Which is
in
what they
the
asked for,
survey.
and long-term financial
We're listening to them.
effect is less on the district because the whole salary schedule is not shifting higher.
No, that makes sense. I think that we just thought it was one or the other, you couldn't do both.
Yeah, I think we said that, but then I skewed on it for the entire night, and I think otherwise. There are only 4 employees who are maxed out on the salary schedule, 5, 1 classified, who's scheduled to retire this June, and then 4 certified. So I calculated those and that are maxed, and it would be 10,747 for them. Going this route would do a total compensation increase of 218,526.
Ongoing.
Ongoing.
Can you say that number again?
218,526. COLA or steps are gonna be the ongoing. The stipend was the only one-time expense.
Yeah, I don't think any of us were okay with the stipend, that just seems really silly at this
It doesn't
point.
seem like it was well received by the staff either.
Yeah. no,
I mean, that's just,
I think we had one good comment on that, yeah.
Jen,
yes.
that was beautiful. Thank you for spelling that out. That was very comprehensive.
You're welcome. One last paragraph.
Okay.
No, everyone's done. Under this proposal, the reserves are projected to remain positive and continue growing with fund balance increase. I see this as a win for everyone. The employees receive requested staff. All staff are treated equitably regardless of position. The salary schedule remains the same, sustainable for the future. And the district strengthens its fund balance to help offset these ongoing expenses until additional revenue sources are secured or the federal forest fund revenue is renewed for 27 and beyond. And that's just fancy, not that I have to open a whole can of worms, because I know we're gonna deep dive a little bit more
Hold on a
next board
second,
meeting, but.
Let's let other people talk for a second.
So the board has asked us to look into additional $114,000.
One-time expense.
One-time expense. In addition, will our fund balance be able to handle that one-time expense added to our budget?
Before I speak, I have to check myself.
Okay.
And I think if we were able to make a deal that we cover that, if we can, I think we ask the parents to help offset the transportation.
Per PM you're talking about?
For whatever, they came here and said, hey, you didn't even ask us, we're willing to come together and help you guys. Let's
On the
awesome.
war on tech, the transportation
Yeah.
is a thing, right, on that aspect of it.
I think if we can come up with the money to help fund it, then hopefully they can help us transport.
And maybe we work it out at the same situation, like a parent is willing to transport their kiddo, maybe we give them reimbursement for that.
But with it, like, they can't each take their own
Right.
kid and get reimbursed, right? They have to, it has to be a carpool situation.
That can balloon pretty quick. We have to be cautious.
Limited
Yeah.
to
I don't wanna
a
say we
dollar
can't
amount or
transport them, I just.
certain amount.
Yeah.
And then it sounds like there could potentially be options that Warren Tech would work with us, so there could potentially be some savings.
Less expensive.
Actually, what they want to take our per pupil funding.
They want to
Right?
take our money.
So, I want to avoid that conversation right now because we had that conversation with the outdoor lab program, or for our outdoor rec and tech program. And it's interesting, they were opposed immensely to that proposal from us. So I think it's interesting that they present that back to us, which I do want to have a conversation at some point with that group because it's interesting how they feel, oh, it's okay for us to, but it's not okay for you to do.
Jessica?
Hey there. So I wasn't sure if I heard how the process worked for the staff members that were topped out. Is there a way for us, like, what is the process for us to add an additional step at the top?
I don't think we would be adding a step, they would be privy to the 2.5% COLA.
They would get the COLA instead.
Only those 4. Is that what I'm hearing?
Everybody else would get a step, 2.5. Everyone gets the same apples, just.
Okay, thank you. I was having trouble hearing that. And then I want to honor the work that the office did trying to prioritize the students for Warren Tech. Because I know that they were looking at, are these kids still on track to graduate? And so I do want to be mindful of that as well. So
Okay, so with the cost of that, 218 for everything. Assuming for next year that we get 344,000 in federal forest funds, I feel like that's a safe assumption because I know it's gonna be less than this year, but I still feel like that's in the realm. We got 488 this year, assuming 344 next year.
But also, no.
Yes, we would have a fund balance growth at that projection of 68,000. Is that the 114? No. If we did 114, would we likely find ourselves in a deficit unless we had reduced spending throughout the year? Yes.
It's just into that 1 year.
That's 1 year plus the 25-26 projected gain is 236,000, and that does not include a lot of the federal forest funds. So our fund balance will be growing as a result of what we did in 26 to save a good chunk of money, assuming that projection is correct on Q3. And then we have the additional federal forest funds. So we are growing our fund balance for 25-26. We are growing our fund balance for 26-27. So maybe we take from 25-26's gain to help offset the 26-27 loss. But also because the federal forest funds currently are one-time dollars, having some cushion is smart because we're doing an ongoing cost increase. So
Exactly.
we need to be growing it if we're going to be able to support those things, but is there enough there? I mean,
I don't think there is without the mill.
But it's just the Warren Tech one-time cost.
No, I'm talking about the salary portion, but yeah, the mill, it's a one-time thing. I think that we have a majority support on that. We need to figure out how to make that work. It's less stress on our admin. If they whittled down the numbers on the list. It's a sore spot for our community and the kiddos that are working through a different path, and we've always encouraged that different path, and this feels a little.
It is the one thing that I get bombarded with every time I go out in town.
Oh, so we don't go grocery shopping.
Yeah, I had
I mean,
to.
that's why I think the main piece of the debt-free schools act is CTE and compensation.
Right,
Those are
right,
the forefront focuses of that.
Right.
Because of this conversation right now, I mean, and federal forest funds are only scheduled through next spring, and it's gonna be a reduced amount next spring, and after that, it's unknown, and those have been kind of the driving force of all compensation coverage is knowing we have those, but if it doesn't get renewed, or we're playing a let's be hopeful kind of game, it's kind of scary, and you have to consider those like one-time dollars, where
Sure.
debt-free schools is going to be a consistent revenue source that's reliable.
So what I hear from the board is that I should meet with the staff next week for the meet and confer meetings, proposing a 2.5 step and a 2.5 COLA for those at the top, the ceiling. And I should let,
2.5 for those who aren't getting a step.
or the ceiling, right?
Yeah, and that's because they're at the ceiling.
And then I should let Maria know that she can offer based on meeting the criteria that supports them attending Warren Tech for up to 19 more students to enroll for next year.
As long as they pass muster, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like they're not just ditching everything in life and going there.
Can I make a comment?
I guess.
Thank you.
Everyone else
As the high school's always limited the number of kids that have gone to Warren Tech, always. And
Except for the last few years.
until the last few years, we had grant money that was helping fund it. And so it's kind of like we gave a mouse a cookie, and I would just caution, I heard the outcry, but we don't want to have to find ourselves every year trying to.
No, I don't
Yeah.
support it every year. I support
Yeah.
it this year only because it was our mistake and we didn't get the messaging out and we didn't follow policy.
Yeah. So I was just throwing that out there because I think that's a lot of why the angst is there this year because we have to go pull it in.
Right.
So just an FYI.
I would just give some feedback as a parent, and I have morning kids, so they got into Warren Tech, but
I know very easily I could have been on the other side of that line. But I would say that I think we all would understand that next year the process is gonna be the correct process where we apply to Clear Creek, the kids show that they're reasoning for their going and why they're credible to go, and that we can only support 9 students or 10 students, whatever that is. I would say that that would be understood by the parents that I have been talking to and that understand with this, if we could rectify it right now for what the problem that we're at, with them being told that they can go and not. I don't think it would be, I mean, there will be people that say, well, my kid got to go last year, but I think if we preface what you're going to do this year, but that next year we're gonna be back on track, this is a one-time deal.
Like starting now, that's.
Right now, before you
right
even
now.
let anybody know, I think if you make that very clear, as part of this, we will ensure that we're back. Because I think Maria included that in one of her messages already, that next year, we're going to be back on the correct path before COVID.
Yeah.
But I would say as a parent, like I said, I know I easily could have been on the other side of that line, that I would welcome this opportunity and be grateful for it, and then next year, understand that their performance this year will probably likely determine if they get to go again, you know? How did they do at Warren Tech? How was their attendance at both places? What scores did they get? Were they in trouble at either school? I think those are things we can look at more closely next year, because we will need to be tightening the belt on how many kids we send. And I don't know, I know I'm speaking for myself, but probably a good handful of other parents that they would be okay with that as well and understanding to that.
There's something to be said for making it a competitive process. You know, the stars start to shine because they know they're gonna have to get there to do that, you know?
And I think it would be beneficial for them all if they understood why they were selected. Like right now, the ones that got in are very excited and they're grateful, but they really can't give any reason why they got it in, and there's nothing to be like, I mean, not to say that they're not proud, but they can't say, yeah, I worked really hard on this and I got into Warren Tech. It was just like, gosh, I got into the AM session versus the PM session, and that kind of guided my path. So I agree. I think if they realize that they have to put in more of themselves to be able to get this as a privilege, I think that the students and the parents will understand that.
Trying to build on the conversation is that clearly, I can speak about this because the board hasn't made a decision about ballot measure at this point, but it clearly shows that we had 30 students who were accepted to Warren Tech. 30 students from Clear Creek that were accepted to Warren Tech by Warren Tech. So it shows that they have the background to be accepted into the program. I think this shows to our voters that we clearly need the funds to support these students. We have students asking for career technical education programming, which is unique to individual students. We have 30 students who are probably not going to the same program. They're all going to different programs, which may range from law enforcement to trades to medical or even teaching. And so if we can get those folks this experience, it means that they may come back, work in our district, our county, and support future generations with what they do because we've invested in them now. So I will say, those people who are watching this, I really encourage you to consider when you do the polling, we got a postcard in the mail, that you get a chance to put in there that you support these students, because it means a big difference to our kids, and we see our budget. We're really limited what we can do, and we hate to limit future kids, because that means 19 kids in the future may not get this opportunity who would love to have this experience because of what we can provide.
So it looks like Jen is packed out.
I didn't know.
No, you're fine. No, I was gonna move on to the next agenda item. You're
Okay,
good.
I'm just taking away the notes that we would like to increase Warren Tech and capital reserve. We're gonna move the truck to the bond and remove the bus, and that's it for now, until a compensation increase package is totally done.
We'd like to see those numbers.
Like to see those numbers.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. All right, D3, director level staffing change.
So based on the last board meeting, you asked for a proposal to give an update to the Board of Education on the reassignment responsibilities by the Director of Teaching and Learning. And so the attachment which you have to your document gives you an outline of how those positions will be reassigned. One uniqueness of this is that we do have 0.55 instructional coach position for, Jen, is that for 1 year, the instructional coach position, or 2 years here at the middle school?
At the middle school, I believe it is 1 year.
So 1 year. So 0.55 of those responsibilities will be shifted to the part-time instructional coach position that will be here, plus additional indirect expenses that were added to the grant, to making that a full-time position. In addition, we did just recently receive the full-time early literacy instructional coach position 2. So they'll be sharing some of those responsibilities. So some of those responsibilities will be shared to principals and district level administrators, and some of those responsibilities will shift to the 2 instructional coaches that we will have for the one for 1 year and then one for multiple years, because it's a 3-year grant for the early literacy instructional coach.
Good job.
Any questions?
So the early literacy would be in the elementary grade?
Correct. So it would be for the 3 elementary schools to get, it'd be for Carlson and King Murphy, sorry, I apologize. It'd be for Carlson and King Murphy to support our early literacy needs for our students.
And we would have one person at the middle school here?
So you have one person here at the high school to help. Part of the grant, of the funding of that position would be current indirect funding that comes from the grant, plus the remaining, the 0.55 instructional coach for the middle school. You're welcome.
Okay, nice tie on that.
All but the 5 is grant funded.
All of it is grant funded. 0.55 instructional coach. The other 0.45 comes from indirect, like monitoring the grants, submitting the paperwork, working with CEI, professional development, all those things.
Thank you.
Jessica, did you have something? Thank you.
Yeah, it does look like there's a lot going to the principals. How are they feeling? Capacity-wise.
Well, if you're not here, you just don't told, just ask Tom.
I will say that there has been some concerns about the preschool aspect being added to their work, but I find that in prior experiences, that is happening across the state. That we're moving that because of the continuum of learning that the students have, going from preschool into kindergarten and so on, that it's best to have an oversight by the principal so they have that support of the students that they're working with in the preschool, working with the staff that are supporting those students educationally, and that transfer into kindergarten.
I just wanted to tag team on that because, and I'm gonna give a shout out to Sammy, because Sammy met with our elementary principals, because she is running her own preschool right now, and she did a phenomenal job of answering their questions, giving them resources, so I do feel like they're feeling a lot more comfortable.
Right.
Yeah, it was a little scary at the get-go.
Yeah.
But they were fun.
Yeah.
Okay, are we good there?
Yes.
Thank you.
Family calendars?
So I have Michelle here, and she's going to present to you again the proposal for the calendars. It is the district recommendation that we go with the proposed district original proposed calendar option for the family calendars for the 27-28, 28-29, 29-30 school years.
And the reason you're proposing that is
Because one, it aligns ourselves with our neighboring districts, including the students who go to Warren Tech. And I'm concerned the potential cost that would be incurred when we extend our year beyond other districts, that we would have to pay for those staff members to work those additional days.
And it also aligns with our BOCES staff.
Gotcha, yeah, the BOCES.
That makes sense to me. I think we're never gonna make everybody happy. Some people want it early, some people want it late. I mean, we just keep it how it is for the reasons you just said.
One of the interesting things that Kristen and I found was they like version 1 for the first calendar, version 3 for the second calendar, and version 3 for the third calendar. So it wasn't even like parents were consistent about which calendar they wanted. It wasn't like across the board that this is what we wanted. The other thing is the Martin Luther King and President's Day late start. The original survey information we had wanted that, and now when we put it on there, people were like, why are we doing that?
I think you're better off with a regular start because the traffic picks up the later the day goes.
That was, transportation's point was, it's harder in the afternoon for them than it is in the morning. And if the reality is it's not impacting our kids to come in at a regular time. We had parents saying that.
I would say if anything, you get out early.
And an early release is terrible, but.
If anything.
And Jessica had asked as well about potentially taking those 2 days off completely.
The problem with that is the way our calendar is built. Did I misunderstand you, Jessica?
Yes, it was not to remove them completely. I was hearing from families about the arrival in the morning. Like if,
There's a workaround.
Oh, you people
still.
going west, it goes my way.
So I can go this way.
You can go that way.
Okay, but what about us going west?
They get you off at the bottom of Floyd Road and around onto the Carter Turnpike, where like Clear Creek Drive is.
yeah,
Sorry,
what I was hearing was, why don't we start at the regular time and just have a space of observation in case people were late? So I apologize that that wasn't clear.
Yeah, we only have 6 days built into our calendar for snow days, and we've used 6 days this year.
We haven't had any snow.
And we have, as I was saying, we haven't had any snow.
And that's what I was gonna say, is we didn't have any snow this year, which is why parents did not see traffic this year.
Right.
I live on Floyd Hill. Typically, those 2 days are awful.
With the combination of the traffic and the snow, but the thing is that we have the ability to call for a delay start when that kind of thing happens. Just because we don't have it built into our calendar doesn't mean we can't. Somebody can call me at 5 o'clock in the morning and say, we're
We can
gonna
make
go on late.
accommodations.
Yeah. So that was another kind of factor into it.
I mean, could we talk to our BOCES districts? Do they?
I have.
Because I'm looking at the survey results, and it does seem like version 2 is leaning towards.
So I actually talked to both Platte Canyon and Gilpin.
Yeah.
Ahead of all of this, to see what was it, one district.
Platte does one calendar a year.
And Gilpin does 3, and they both said we align our calendar with yours. And they're not going to change their calendars, because they've already set them. It was the feedback I got from them.
Because theirs are already board approved and posted.
It just seems like we went through the work of the survey and now we're not listening to the results. That's my concern.
And then version 2 and version 3 were both late start, they were just different semester lengths. So, do we really consider them separately, or should we combine them?
Say that last part again?
Should we really consider them as like a separate option, or should we combine them because they're both late start?
For
Or later
versions 2
start?
and 3?
Yeah.
Versions 2 and 3, the impact was the number of days in the semesters. One has the semester ending before break, and the other one had semester ending after we came back from break.
But the start date was the same, which was later.
Correct. So,
I would point out the last 2 years, the first semester has ended after we've returned because of snow, the last day of the first semester.
It caused quite a few complications as far as finals, and we roll into NWA testing when we get back. So yeah, it's a little bit more difficult. We try to end finals before we start testing NWA for 7-10. So that was a consideration.
I think ultimately what I'm hearing is that the path of least resistance with what you're presenting is that we go with the family calendar that you have presented. That is the path of least resistance. Yes, we've had some comments back otherwise, but those comments would mean an equal and opposite reaction to some things over here, that they are saying. But I think ultimately, for the whole of the thing, that the family calendar that they have presented is probably the best on the balance. It's probably, nothing is ever going to be perfect for everybody kind of situation, but I just don't know how we can align with all of the BOCES, the Warren Tech, the Jeff Code, all of those things, and still react to the comment the few comments we got
But
on the
we're
other.
serving our people, we're not serving all the other districts. We are working with them, but we're hearing from our district. That's my concern is why are we asking opinions if we're not listening?
What's the prominent opinion that you're concerned about that we haven't listened to?
I mean, if you look at the survey results, it's saying people want version 2 or 3.
I mean, my concern is just the money
Yes.
situation. I mean,
Well, so what I was getting towards is, you're saying they already have their calendars for the next few years. Can we discuss with them long-term, looking at this adjustment, so that we're not starting, I think it was August 8th, you know?
To speak to that specifically, long-term in 3 years from now, or for the 31 school district, or school year, the second Wednesday in August is like the 14th. So then we're back exactly, so we
It just cycles through, yeah.
It just cycles through on the calendar. So we just consistently started that second Wednesday. And it's just because of where the 1st of August lands, is why it's so early for the next 3 years, and then it's right back. So we're right back in this boat, because if you do it now, we're doing it, if we change it to the 3rd week of August, and people get used to that cycle of it being the 3rd week of August, then now you have to change it again and push it up to the 2nd week. You see what I mean? It's just, I don't know, it depends, I guess, on what you want. If you want the consistency of the second Wednesday in August, or do you want it to be?
Right. I would also say, because I agree, like if we're putting a survey out, are we listening to the results? But Michelle and I also received a ton of just staff members saying, like, giving their opinion, not necessarily filling out the survey. It seems like the people who filled out the survey are the people who want to change. What we've heard is the people who didn't fill out the survey are happy with status quo. But I also want to be mindful of, if we're aligning, and this shouldn't be the only reason we do this, but because I do think consistency is a huge thing, that families can plan on the 2nd Wednesday or the 3rd Wednesday of August is when we're starting, but we also want to be mindful of what's best for students. And if what's best for students is aligning our calendar with the Warren Tech and the BOCES educators, I think we need to take that into consideration as well.
When I surveyed the principals, of the 4 principals, the consensus was keep the calendars as is.
Thank you. Okay. I will undig my heels.
What did you say?
I said I'll undig my heels.
All right, do we have any other discussion on this, Sydney?
I just am gonna agree with Nicole's original argument. Overwhelmingly, it feels like the most people that are living these schedules are giving us feedback, and we need to consider employing it. It kind of feels like the decision was made before we did these surveys. So I'm not really sure why we did the surveys.
Well, I think it was good even to do the survey just to get the feedback and understand the whys of what we are doing, plus the coordination with the BOCES and the Warren Tech. And I've never been a big fan of, let's do what Jeff is doing. That's not been my thing. I get very annoyed by that, actually. It's for me, I'm like, why aren't we doing what Summit County's doing, all the ski stuff together, But I think ultimately, again, I'll just come back to, on the whole, the balance, without knowing everything about all of the things, that this is the one that works, ultimately. Maybe what we can do, well, that's what she was saying, 3 years from now, it's back right there.
But so then can we talk about the possibility of just approving the calendar every year?
That makes it hard for parents to schedule life. Like, I used to schedule vacations 2 or 3 years in advance.
That was one of the things that was brought to my attention when I first joined the district, is that we weren't necessarily putting out several years of calendars. And so Michelle and I have made a concerted effort to have 3 years out at a time.
We were getting a lot of grumble about that about 4 years ago. Like, what are we can't plan. You know, that, we did get a lot of gruff on that.
It also affects your summer childcare scenario with the rec district. When you change calendars versus when they offer, as a summer camp parent, that gets challenging in figuring out when is school going to start versus when is summer camp done.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's another entity to align with.
And I'm just gonna say this, because it affects me the most. We have to, when we qualify a family for free and reduced lunch, their expiration date is 30 days into the next school year. So I have to know when the first day of school is gonna be for the next school year. And I ran into a couple times where because we did do just 1 year at a time, and then start date changed from what I had it, because the calendar did get approved, and then it finally got approved and my start date changed. So that's.
I think it should at least be 2 years at a time, if not 3.
We've been doing consistently 2 years. We just added a 3rd year in this rotation just to try it.
Right.
What if we balanced, some years you start the 2nd week and some years you start the 3rd week? 'Cause then if you approve those calendars 3 years out, that would still allow families time to plan or to be mindful of changes.
I think that would be the board's decision on what they want to do.
The only thing I would say is that there's still the impact with our partnering districts, and Warren Tech doesn't change. And my understanding is when you have a week longer at the other side of the schedule, it makes students not want to come to school and parents want to pull their kids out of school, because now you're having kids who are in multiple districts, you share families sometimes, and when Warren Tech is done, kids are like, now what do I do? Because that's done and I'm still at school.
Jessica, any other comments?
No, I just thank you for the conversation.
All right, I guess let's bring this to the business meeting, and if we have more to hush out, we'll hush out some more, but I think, yeah, this force is time to.
I just want to remind you that I will not be at this meeting.
We'll be thinking of you.
Just that if you have questions, and Michelle will be here running everything, and she can answer the questions.
Gotcha.
Sorry.
And you'll have to be very patient with me next meeting, because I'm doing it all.
Including this over there too.
Yeah, that's what I mean, all of it.
Oh, yeah,
We have faith in you.
yeah, it's all good. So we have a new member application for the DAC. Does this person fit a particular spot that is required on DAC?
She's a parent.
She's a parent.
Is that a need on our DAC?
Well, we have a lot of parents. Our need is a business person, but at this point, the DAC membership or the DAC attendance is really down. So I think we should take who wants to join, and I think she's been active even though she's not yet a member. So I think
That'd be great.
Yeah, she's
Cool.
consistently attending.
Yeah.
Since I have it.
Yeah.
So-
I just don't want to see us with like 30 members and then we just haven't done our obligation.
Yeah, I think we're reviewing what we need and
So each of the principals.
Yeah, I was going to ask, are we really heavy at the high school? That was all.
Yes, there's more of the middle school, high school, and Key Murphy
we
participation.
need a GCS parent.
So one of the things that I presented the principals was to check with their parent community, but also we need to have one staff member from each of our schools. The member right now, we only have one current staff member part of the DAC.
We have Lorraine, but she's considered admin.
Yeah,
Right,
she's had that.
And so, yeah.
and Jill's the only one.
Jill's on there. Okay. So yeah, filling those spots it's a legal obligation that we have.
We should try, at least try.
Yeah.
So that's our need for sure is GCS and a business owner
And staff.
and staff.
Don't we have one business owner?
Okay, are you guys excited about policy work?
Yeah.
So we're gonna be doing a first read of policy GBGP.
Yes.
Pay time off for new non-year-round employees. That'll be coming up at the business meeting. Did you guys get a chance to look at it? Do we have any feedback? Do you want to give an overview?
So we have 2 comments that came in super late in the day.
Oh, yeah, I did see that.
But,
That's actually, yeah.
The funny, not funny, is, they're the exact same comments. Oh, like they, one copied the other, which I appreciate, and, I did have, one came in after we had started, so I haven't talked to that staff member. The other staff member I had a conversation with just to get some clarification, but she raises some really valid points, about calling out PD days and, actual work days. And, what I said to her, and she agreed with once we had a conversation, was we purposely on the calendars don't call out PD days and work days because every building might do something different. So if elementary principal wants to have a full day PD, they trade, like on a Friday, they trade the following Friday and it's a full day work day. The way the schedule's built is every Friday is half day PD, half day work day.
So it covers it.
Covers it. So, and we've just said to the principals, do what makes sense for your building and PD. So what we would ask is that the principals, if possible, put out a full schedule, like the year schedule. These are PD days, these are work days, so that staff can plan ahead of time.
And one of the things we need to do that happened this year, the middle school, high school, is making sure when someone's new to the district, they understand this when they're developing their professional development schedule for the staff. Because in this case, the principal took all the days at the beginning of the school year to make them professional development, which then gave the teachers not the time they needed to do their work that they needed to prepare for the students to come to school. So then there was a trade that all the rest of the days, pretty much the school year, were all work days because of that choice.
Got it. Any other, where's Sydney go? She's taking a nap?
Restroom.
And then I just want to say the red lines in the policy were actually changes that were adopted in the collective bargaining agreement last year in negotiations. So the way the bargaining agreement reads is the CBA overrules, I guess, the board policy, but these were changes that that they had asked for and I had asked for. And so just with the changes in the superintendent and everything else, these actually just never got updated in board policy, but they are already approved in the CBA. And so, Nicole, this kind of addresses what had come up earlier in the year with the PTO payouts and stuff.
I recognized it immediately.
I figured.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
But I'm happy to answer any questions.
Anybody have any other questions on that one? Jessica?
No, I'm good. I thank you, Nicole, for bringing up the CBA questions, though. Moving those policy pieces over.
So next is going to be the policy JH, student absences and excuses. We see this for the past 3 months.
I've been doing this for the last 3 years.
So, in reflection, before I present this, is that what we realize is we're trying to do is 2 different things. And so we want to propose 2 different solutions for this. We want to propose that the policy that's going to be proposed to you remains within the CASB wording because of the legality. This is used by the judge to make decisions regarding attendance when they have attendance court. But we understand, as presented by board members, that we need to have clarity of what attendance means. What is the definition of attendance? What is the clarity of all of those parts? So what we're proposing that we work in, Lorraine, I think, has volunteered to be part of this committee, is that we have.
She has now.
She's not here. So that we have an administrator, a teacher or 2, and a parent, and a board member, help us put together a 1-pager attendance explanation that talks about the process of attendance and clarity for parents, because that's what they read when they read the handbook for school, is that process that guides them on what to do and not to do kind of thing for parents to help them understand attendance and what their responsibilities are as a parent. Because I think we were trying to do it in the board policy, and this is really something that the judge uses for determining, and we feel that a separate one pages that's included every school's handbook explaining attendance, we would create that as a group and have that be required and part of the handbook.
Would that be same school to school?
It'd be universal across the district.
Excellent.
Does that feel comfortable? So we're asking, so based on that, I'm asking the board to approve the attendance policy H has been drafted, and that we take the parts that are really well defined and well written and put those into a process one pager that's added to each of the school's handbooks.
I can appreciate that. You know, when I was doing the financial rework, you know, Jen had so many, you can't put everything in the policy.
Right.
And so having a separate document to help guide some of that information. I'm the wrong person to be asking about truancy. I just wanted to make sure that we were giving latitude for kiddos that don't have everything that all the other kiddos have. Yeah, like we just, I mean, we care about the kids, and we can't just check a box and say, now you're going to court, right? That's what I didn't want to see.
So I wasn't here last meeting. I was, my family in town, my brother-in-law passed away, so we were doing a celebration of life. So I was not here, but I did go back and listen to it to see what questions you guys had raised. There's a couple of things I want to point out. First, I'll address your concern. I am our homeless liaison, and I am the one who processes free and reduced lunch. So I know the needs of our kids. And when it does, if a student is homeless or experiencing housing insecurity, I do not pursue truancy. And there's actually rules around that with the McKinney-Vento Act. But that doesn't mean we can't support a kiddo, right? And same with free and reduced lunch. I know we had a family who qualified for FRL. Kid was actually truant, habitually truant. And we did so many things, including an attendance plan and contract with them. And Corey Cassav actually went out and bought an alarm clock. And so we really do try to take some steps, especially when we know it's not just because the kid is being stubborn. There's things they can't control, right? One of the things I did want to point out is how attendance is taken is different from how attendance is calculated. So when we're calculating attendance, it's actually based specifically on the number of minutes in a period. So if you are absent, if you come in at 10 o'clock to the elementary school, you have been absent for AM attendance, which is a half day. From the time you walk in the door to the time you leave, those are positive attendance minutes, if that makes sense. High school, middle school, we have 8 periods, right? 7 classes and a connect. And if you miss a period, that's calculated. That's 65 minutes is calculated as you were absent. The rest of the time you're actually counted as present. At the high school, middle school, we do check kids in and out. So the computer actually calculates that automatically based on periods. So it's a lot tighter at the high school, middle school because of that. Whereas at the elementary schools, it's like 2 big chunks, kind of a thing. We are going to add to our student waiver for next year an actual box that says you understand what compulsory attendance means, because that is a state law and how that is. And I did actually get that idea from Platte Canyon High School.
So would we include the page that you're talking about, like in the enrollment docs, so that it's like
I think my understanding is that's going to actually become incorporated into the handbook. And the handbook in the waiver, we try to make it not as complicated. So in the waiver, we say, I've read the handbook.
Yeah, something that we're doing our due diligence to provide the information.
Exactly. We're going to say that, and we're going to actually add a question that says, I understand that what compulsory attendance is. and actually put the wording in.
Does that hold up in court?
Yeah. Okay.
Did
Even though
you
it's
have
not
a permanent policy? I'm sorry, Cindy, I didn't mean to, please ask your question. I thought you were done. Did you have a question?
Well, yes and no. It's still part of this policy, which I'm glad that we're talking about it, but it's the next section of the legal work, so I'm not trying to jump.
Okay, well,
Yeah, no, I
wasn't.
wasn't-
Okay,
thank you.
Cindy,
And
I'm
one, I can't remember, somebody asked, like, what the process is and how are the schools dealing with it? And I can't tell you, I've been part of conversations at the elementary schools. It's not, I don't get usually brought into the elementary schools until it's a problem. But I do know, I did work extensively with the high school, middle school, and we meet with kids. We have parent meetings, we send home letters. There's a whole step, even for kids who aren't necessarily truant, but are missing school. We also include a document, and I did share it with you guys, called, it came from CDE, it's from 2018, I realize it's old, but the information, that first page, we do share with parents, and the second page could be a starting point or a springboard for creating a procedural document, because it does have some good steps in there.
Jessica?
I just want to say I appreciate codifying this because we're not going to have a Michelle forever, and being able to kind of recognize all of the steps and the soft things, right, that Michelle just knows. If we can get that down in a practice, it's going to allow us to take care of our kids better. So thank you, Michelle, for all that you already do, but for helping us protect kids into the future.
And I think that's why we're all here, is what's best for kids. And I don't know why I wrote this down, but I think it might have been something Wes brought up. I submit the attendance records when I file a summons for truancy. So the judge sees the attendance, and it usually has, and I include the copy of it that has the comments about why they were attended, out of compliance with attendance. And I never had Dr. Meyer in court with me.
There are so many things on his calendar, court. Like, where was he at?
It wasn't with me. I actually didn't even have a truancy case last year. I had one at the beginning of the year that we were actually able to dismiss because the student actually moved out of state. I did have my guest with me the year before.
Yeah, he went a couple of different times.
He did go a couple of different times. Wes has already told me he's not going.
I did not say that. Do not say that publicly, please. I did not say that. You are.
He did not say that. I always invite the principal to go with me to truancy court out of courtesy, but I don't need them there. If I'm going to truancy court, it's because I am cut and dry. I did have a principal come. It was divorced parents and there was contention, and he wanted to be there to support one of the parents. We actually do, CASA's truancy prevention program is new. It's brand new. Just started like in February, maybe in March. And we have submitted, our counselors again are working with our families and our kiddos and have referred, they refer students to this CASA truancy program. So the information is coming from us. Jessica.
Yes, Jessica, go ahead.
I'm at the writing room.
Oh, it was up from before. You already answered. Thank you.
House cleaning.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, it was kind of hard to hear when I was listening to it, but a comment was made about Carlson having 50% of students having 10 absences or more.
That did come up, though. I can't remember who even.
I don't know. Oh, was it you? Okay. So I went back and looked because I was like kind of curious about that because I don't remember attendance being quite that bad. And I can't talk to 10 days, but, I'm sorry, 50% of 10 days. But what I can talk to is, at the end of the year, I ran the federal chronic absenteeism report, and there, which would be 10% of the school year, so not necessarily 10 days, but at least 10 days or at least 10% or more. And that was at 34%. Of that 34%, 5 of those kiddos were preschool, which actually takes us down to 31%. And I know that when you're in the classroom, it feels bigger, right? You feel like half your class is gone all the time. But I just wanted to clarify for you that that number was actually not as low, or was not as high as we might have thought it was. And then I also included with you the truancy steps. So I kind of came into the truancy office because somebody retired, and then they're like, here, take it. And it was only the second year that we'd had a judge who would see truancy. So Judge Jones is our truancy court, our county court judge. So we've been working closely with her, and we worked closely with our legal team on what do I have to do before I can do truancy. And it's interesting because those truancy steps, again, potentially be a springboard to coming up with a procedure, because the first whole section is what the schools are doing. And it's not till they get to this point, and it's like 5 lines of what I do. The rest of it's what the school is gonna do. And you could tailor that not just for kids who are unexcused absent, but for kids who are chronically absent. So there's some good pieces that we can springboard from that. And then there's also a website that CDE recommends that actually Judge Jones recommended. It's called Attendance Works. And that had that's where we found our attendance policy, our attendance plan for students and different things like that. I do have a current truancy case right now. And Judge Jones was like, it is so great to see you, and I'm so glad I haven't seen you in so long. So truancy should be our very, very last recourse. That's the last thing I want to do. So anytime we can work with families, and I have attended meetings at both elementary schools, have multiple conversations, even with Georgetown, been a part of the process of what they're doing here. I do feel like we need to, and I appreciate the conversation here, because we do need some concrete steps for every school. And I think we need to keep in mind that it's slightly different at the elementary school as opposed to the secondary. The policy that we redlined is CASB's policy. RJH is currently CASB's policy. And we did, Sydney had some great ideas of like things I hadn't thought about, changing things like, I think it was from principal to school administrator, just some great clarification with words. And the goal for me with this policy is we need to tighten up what we call excused. Because if everything's excused, then nothing is unexcused. And our recourse for saying to a parent, you're truant, we lose our teeth in that. I do know I talked to one of the principals regarding getting documentation that a kiddo's gone to the doctor, right? Or to the dentist or what have you. Just because it's in our policy doesn't mean we have to, but if it's not in our policy, we can't. We can't, because they can push back. And I will tell you, having taken 3 kids to the orthodontist, and that it's as simple. We're not looking for why they're at the doctor's office, a date, a name, and where they were. And that's all. Angie keeps a whole folder of them every year, and we file them as part of our attendance records. So I think that that's important. And I also think we need to understand our staff knows our kids. We know that that kid has been out sick. It's been running through their family. They can't afford the doctors. We're not going to require them to bring in a doctor's note when we know what the circumstances are of, like doing
But if
what's
the
best.
policy says you have to,
It
there
says
could be
you
a
can
teacher.
ask.
Yeah.
It doesn't say we have to ask, it says we
It
can
does
ask,
say may require.
may require. Yeah.
Right.
So it's not saying we have to require, it's saying, so what we have is a student who surprisingly enough has a doctor's appointment every day after it snows. Every single time. And so then and they're a junior in high school and they're missing out on important instruction. Those are the kind of things that we have to start tightening down on what we're allowing to be excused.
I want to add to what I just said to you, Marion.
Yeah.
It says may require, but then under the actual examples, it does say scheduled appointment will be required.
Right, that's what I
Documentation will be
remember.
required.
Yeah.
And we can change that.
I like the may.
I do too.
And then that gives, and what I wanted out of this is to make sure that those that know the kiddos have the latitude to do what they think is right. And I understand, tightening up what's excused, unexcused. Again, I'm not the person to talk to about that. But also, and I know you guys understand this too, but that's an income disparity issue as well, right? And I just want to make sure that.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody disagrees with you.
Right. Yeah, I feel that.
We could honestly just, I feel like, put a little caveat, like, building administrator, that's ultimate authority.
Discretionary.
Yeah.
Discretionary.
But when it comes to this policy, I don't know if I should admit this out loud, but I'm going to. When I look at this, if I was in this position with my child, I would be looking at ways to get out of it. And so I look at under attendance and academic credit. 2 basic requirements in order to earn full class credit. It says satisfy all academic requirements and exhibit good attendance habits. How do we define good attendance habits? And what if a student is doing really well despite attendance?
And I think that was part of one of the public comments,
I think it should just be removed. And it should just only be satisfy all academic requirements.
Yeah. Again, like I said, this is the board's policy. If you don't want that in there, I'm not married to that piece. I'm married to how do I make sure that we're doing the right thing as far as what's excused and what's unexcused.
And then another area that I would be like, well, I could probably get around it this way, is the 10%, it says or 16 days, but we have, 156 days? So that's arguably 15.6 days. And if our attendance is down to the hour, if I was going to truancy court, I'd be pulling hairs on that.
Truancy court would be only if they were unexcused. And it's 4 in a month, 10 in a year. So the 10% for chronic absenteeism would not be impacted necessarily by that. And I thought I redlined out this number of days and put in.
You did, but then you added it again.
Oh, that is actually because I pulled that directly from the CASB report. And it was just in there. I just was like, this is what CASB's policy states.
So the recommendation is go to 10% then?
I feel like just having rate at 10% would be enough.
You okay with that?
Yeah.
Because then every year when our schools, graduation rate hasn't changed, it's still gonna cover it.
It says there on the chronic absenteeism 10%, so keep
Yeah.
consistency.
Absolutely.
And then just to clarify, so this is definitely anecdotal. It was a teacher who presented a list of students with tally marks next to it. I have reason to believe that I can put some faith in that. But the numbers that I was presented with was 145 kids at Carlson last year. 84 of those kids had 10 or more absences, which is 58%. And then 40 students had 16 or more absences, which is 28%. And the argument isn't the 10 absences being something to like take to truancy court. It's this is clearly a problem and we need to start the conversation now. And so what type of follow-up are we having when we start to notice a pattern before we get to the point of chronic absenteeism or truancy?
And that is a really good question. And again, I know what has been working here for the last couple of years, which is part of the reason we haven't had a truancy case here last year. And it's, it's the meeting with the parents, it's the letters, it's, because we call, when a student doesn't go to the elementary school, if they're absent and nobody calls them in, the secretaries call home to find out why the kiddo's not there. Here, we have an automated system for phone calls, and it calls every hour if they're marked unexcused, which is another reason that having a marked unexcused, they're unexcused because they're not here first period. Well, at 9 o'clock, you're getting a phone call saying your kid's not at school. And and so that's a lot more, obviously at the secondary level, and a lot more really honestly at high school issue, because kids are driving themselves to school.
Yeah.
So I think there's two components, if I can respond to it. One is we need to make sure proper attendance is taken, so in the system, it is correct on what is actually happening in the classroom.
Well, it sounds like there's a secondary check as well.
Yes.
Right. So what I'm saying is that,
The 15.6 versus 16.
no.
Oh.
I'm saying is, having been in the classroom, you get swamped with things happening, the transition and so forth. Elementary is a little different. You take it once in the morning and once in the afternoon, it sounds like, to verify attendance. But as secondary level, middle school and high school, you're trying to do all the things, like kids are at your desk, you're trying to transition. So it's important that our teachers take attendance every period to help keep that record clean. And the other part is we need to educate our parents through, my proposal is a document that goes in the handbook that says, this is the importance of attendance, not just besides the legal aspects of the law, but also your student success in life depends on having good attendance. That you have, citizenship is part of being in school every day, doing your best you can in the classroom. So I think that educating folks too, the importance of that, besides just the compulsory part. Does that help make sense?
That document from CDE about why attendance matters even talks as early as why attendance in preschool matters. I mean, it's, it's got some really good information, and we do share that with parents.
So the concern that was shared with me is that there was a lack of follow-up at 10 absences. And if I'm getting a call that my student is absent, I'm a parent of elementary students. I know they're absent. So that doesn't, I think, help bridge that gap at the elementary level. So I guess, where am I going with that?
So it sounds like you want some kind of warning system that says your kid's reaching the 10 days within
Yeah.
a certain time period, saying and I think maybe,
A formal follow-up, like a letter in the mail. Your student has reached 10 absences for this school year.
And honestly, we have that already built into practice, and that's an easy button to push. And it will generate the letters, and that's what we do here at the high school, middle school.
Yeah, because I was told by a teacher that that's not being done at Carlson.
I can't speak to that. I do know that I've been involved in stuff with absences at Carlson, but it's usually the ones that are.
but we can check that out.
And then tardiness, if we're going to calculate absences basically to the hour, especially at the high school level, do we really need to consider having tardiness in here, or can we just remove it completely?
I would not, just to remind students to be on class on time.
Okay.
We're not that large of a district that we have hallways that are so crowded they can't make it to class on time. So I think it's important my focus working with staff is that instruction should be bell to bell. And so it should be important that it starts when the bell rings and should end when the bell rings. And so to do that, if we start getting giving variance to that, then all of a sudden kids walk in 15 minutes and they may have missed a crucial part of the lesson, whether it was a sponge activity or an introduction to learning for the day. And it causes the teacher more work to reteach those kids that had missed that time.
Yeah, it's
So,
a distraction for everybody else.
right.
So does the tardiness factor into the absences for the 10% then? Okay, so do we need to clarify what a tardiness, like when it transitions from a tardiness to an absence?
It's in this, it is in this, really the only place it happens is here. And it is in the handbook. And I'd have to go back and look, because I know we're going to have to change it for next year. So it's like, if you're 10 minutes late, then you've missed X percent of your, whatever the class period is.
Yeah.
And that becomes an absent. And because next year our bell schedule is changing again, so it will have that fixed.
Okay.
Angie does a great job of calculating that.
Yeah.
And,
my two oldest obviously get to school at the exact same time, and I have one with considerable amount of tardies and one with no tardies. And I don't know, it's interesting to me that they're both there at the same time. How does one have all these tardies and the other doesn't?
that sounds like a classroom.
Or a building, maybe.
Well, the teachers take the attendance and give it to the secretary.
Okay.
And going back to tardies, it's those doggone seniors and juniors who stop at Starbucks on their way to school in the morning that are first period tardy. Which was an advantage of the rolling drop, when we had the rolling drop, because they weren't tardy to the same class every day. But it was also crazy.
Students shop teachers for that purpose too.
Yeah.
Just saying.
And you had a question about makeup work?
I did, excuse me. It's actually kind of, it ties into yours as well, is that I think there is a problem with the makeup work, with teachers applying these board policies consistently. And it will go exactly what you're saying with the attendance and like with the discretionary part about maybe required. Based on what I'm seeing, I think some teachers might just say you need to have the note, and that, like, even though the district says it may be and it's not required, I believe that there may be a teacher that says, you've missed so much, I need your doctor's note. And they tell that student that if they don't give a doctor's note, they're going to get a 0 or get whatever, because I'm seeing this in makeup work, that the policy is not consistent. I'm not trying to be negative to it, but I'm seeing it in makeup work that consistently is not being applied across the board. Even one teacher commented to me that she told the class that if they all didn't use their time wisely in class, they weren't going to get the 2 days that they needed when they were absent. Well, it's a district policy. It's not really a discretionary call to make, especially if this is tying back to athletics and ski teams. But this is, I was going to bring this up tonight on our comments, but then when I saw it was on the agenda, I thought let me just listen and hear what is going to be discussed anyway. But I think it's a significant problem because in my child's case, going through this now, so Maria actually went over the policy with me when I was in there for a different reason for 504 and clarified to me that it's 2 days of makeup work once the child returns to school. So if they're out on a Thursday, they come back to school Monday, and they actually, the assignment is not due until Wednesday. Well, the teachers are marking them late if it's not turned into Tuesday. Well, the policy says it's not due till Wednesday, so in certain classes, those teachers have a no, especially in high school, they will give them a 0 if they don't turn the work in on time. So once Maria pointed that out to me, I went back through some of my child's grades, and there are grades that they're changing from C to a B, B to an A, and it's significant. I haven't got responses on all the teachers. It's three classes specifically that I'm dealing with, but I think that that's something very important next year to teach or to talk to all the teachers about is the consistency of the board policy. If it's out there and that's the policy, they all need to follow it. They can't say as a punishment to the class, they're gonna take days off the table. Or there was one that was a complete, like just in general, even within their classroom policies, I think they need to be held to consistency, consistently. There's one classroom that had all year long has been completion, well, up to this point, that's been fine, and now they're trying to change that because the students have given up at this point because the completion grade is really easy for them to figure out. They don't have to do anything but just complete it. Anyway, I just think in general, you just have to keep in mind the discretionary part with all of this is that what do you do if a teacher tells that child they absolutely need a doctor's note and I'm going to give you a 0? And not every parent digs deep. Not every parent looks into it. Not every parent has the time for whatever reasons. And if that child gets a 0 on that assignment because they didn't provide a doctor's note, when that's not the district's intent, I think that that's
something that should just be considered.
Yeah, this is not being used for behavior management, so it shouldn't be used in that capacity, so thank you for elevating that. And I will talk to Maria about providing more consistency of practices in the building. I think you're seeing a sense of a lot of turnover and people doing what they can do to either manage kids or to just work whatever works best for their needs. And so we need to get better about that, so thank you.
And then I also am a little bit fearful of having a policy and then having like a building specific agreement. Because what if the building doesn't send it out, or what if they change it and then across the entire district?
But it wasn't building specific, I thought.
It was, no, it's district-wide.
Only Georgetown has their own separate one.
Okay.
So that's the purpose, we'll make it district-wide that matches and educates our parents and students on what the expectations are. And then, of course, they would sign it, hopefully they would read it, they would sign off that they did read it.
Will they take it as seriously if it's not policy?
I don't think so.
So it may be beneficial to have it as a policy.
Do you have it as a procedure attached to the policy?
You can have a
That
separate
makes sense.
page,
That makes
you can
sense.
have a separate, you can have a, yeah, you
That's
can do
part
that.
of the policy,
You could
but
have
not. the
JH/R,
Or P,
yes,
P for
P.
And
You do
then
that.
that would prevent people from not signing it, not agreeing with it, or if it potentially changed, or
I'm
whatever.
okay with that, and then that would become the handbook too.
Have we ever had a senior student miss more days than they attended?
I can tell you, I have a junior right now that falls into that category. The problem is mom excuses him for all the time, and he's 17. So I can't do anything until he's 17. And he's not gonna pass his classes because he's not here. So,
Gotcha. That's too bad, but that sounds like it is what it is.
that, exactly.
He's not taking any of the interventions we talked about.
Oh. No.
Okay,
I do want to
too
volunteer.
bad.
The counseling, dental, or medical appointment or procedure. It says scheduled by his or her parent or guardian. I mean, HIPAA laws say that not every parent or guardian is privy to their child's medical records, so arguably the child could be making appointments for themselves.
We already took that. Is that number 8?
Yeah.
It already, I changed that one to scheduled by his, it does say parent too. JK, scheduled.
I agree with that.
Yeah. And because we do have some kids that are,
Independent.
yeah,
Or maybe they need to go to the doctor for a reason that they don't want to share, but
exactly.
they should be allowed that privacy.
Legally, they are.
Is there anything else, Lee?
I don't know if you wanna consider the temporary absence due to illness or death of a family member. It doesn't have to say family member, it can say loved one. You know, what if it's a fellow student?
The neighbor that was always the grandma,
Yeah.
Are we gonna like
we know
not,
that scene.
not give them an excuse for that absence because it's not their family?
How would we reword that?
I would say, or,
A loved one.
Yeah.
I don't know, they can still croak and didn't love them. Sorry, did I say that? Bereavement, that's what I said.
or for bereavement.
There you go, that is so
That's-
good,
that's
that
what-
is so politically correct.
That's how I operate.
I do want to make sure I captured what you suggested.
Bereavement.
Yeah, no, that's one, that one I got.
Oh, okay.
Um, Okay.
Does anybody be willing to be on the JH-P committee?
What?
The policy for parents?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so to recap, attendance and academic credit the last sentence will just, to earn full class credit, satisfy all academic requirements, period. Number 2, including but not limited to hospitalization, documentation may be required.
If you have maybe required there, do you also need maybe required on the bottom?
Yes, we can do
Oh, I
that.
have that, thanks.
May be required. Okay, so so that was number 2. Number 8, scheduled for counseling or dental.
Yeah, or you just, I feel like counseling, dental, or medical appointments or procedures with, which may require documentation.
Documentation may be required for that. And then, number 10,
It was here.
temporary illness or bereavement. And as applicable, blah, 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 may require suitable proof regarding this not the act to constitute. Is that what you just said?
That's what it says already.
Okay, I'm just,
Oh, I was just saying, do we need it in the, like each bullet point? Do we need it to say may be required if we also have it at the bottom? Just feels redundant.
I think it just gives us another opportunity to ask. Okay, anything else?
Are we gonna define tardiness versus absence in the policy or in the?
I think because tardies are different.
So then,
Tardies at the high school and middle school are look different than they do, because you can have a tardy going to the 3rd period.
So you don't put then the dash B then?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll take that out, put in dash B.
Take all of tardy out?
no, you can leave that in there.
That, okay.
We'll just
put in-
further define it.
Yeah,
Yes.
put in the
Dash B.
definition.
Okay.
We'll put in the other.
Copy.
Heard.
And then for chronic absenteeism, just ending it at 10%.
Yep. Anything else?
I don't know if there's a better way to kind of do the makeup work.
I think it's just more, I think the policy is great. I'm not looking to change the policy. I think it's very clearly defined. I think the issue more comes with implementation and consistency within each school and teachers understanding what the policy is. And I think that's the biggest issue. Like I said, I have no problem with the policy. The policy's fine. I just think we need to consistently follow our policies.
You know, that's in the same vein as when the students came to us and told us, hey, only some of the teachers are applying the cell phone thing. Some do, some don't. Do we do it? Do we don't? Right.
So it's just become significant now because now that I just learned about it, we're kind of following back through and I mean, if anybody was like teaching kids miss 2 days a week for 5 weeks, it's terrible. But we're finding that this is important, and what I'm finding is that it's not, I know we've had turnover, I know we've had changes, but I think finding this now in May is a great opportunity for the beginning of the school year when teachers come on board to discuss this, make sure everybody's on the same page. And students are confused. Some kids think it's due 1 day, some think it's due 2 days, some don't even know when it's due. So I think it would be very helpful, but not to change policy. Policy is fine, just to implement policy as written.
I want to ask a question. This is for the folks, high school people, Michelle, you included. Do all the teachers provide students with the syllabus for their course?
They do, but they're not consistently following their own syllabus either.
Okay, so one of the things I would do is do the work I asked, said I would reach out to Maria about doing for next fall, but also to make sure it's in the syllabus. So then that's the document that you follow, which should be board policy. But that's one of the things that's how we verify that they're following the board policy. And then two, if they stray from that, we can refer back to their syllabus.
I'm sorry, what's that?
If they stray away from board policy, we'd go back to their syllabus saying, you're supposed to follow what's in your syllabus. That's your agreement with students and parents.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I've just seen that they're.
No, I appreciate
they're
that.
cold-hearted.
I appreciate that, yeah. That's why I asked the question.
Sydney, are we good? Yeah. Anybody else? Jessica? All right, moving on to the purchasing authority policies. I know that you guys read all of these and you're just flooding me with questions right now. What you got? I have no questions. No? No.
Same.
Jessica, you're good? All right. That's the end of my agenda, guys.
I was just gonna make a note that our next meeting date says it's here, and I think it's actually at Carlson.
Is it Carlson?
Yes.
Correct,
And
thank
it's
you.
on our agenda here.
Yeah, so this gives you a chance, if you wish to observe the senior parade, you have a chance to see that, and then we'll convene at the high school.
I just want to say one more thing before somebody motions to adjourn, that I do believe that this is Lori's last meeting with us.
That's why we're going so long, so we just.
Because we wanted to keep you going, we wanted to keep you here so much more. We wish you all the best, and thank you so much for everything, and what you have done. I mean, it's templates for the next person coming in. You've set a standard that I think Wes is going to.
I keep telling myself she's not leaving, she's only not gonna leave, she's coming back. Right.
Thank you for all of that. Sincerely.
Thank you, Lori.
All right, I'll take that motion.
I move to adjourn.
A second.
Spears,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Lynch,
Yes.
McHugh,
Yes.
North.
Yes.
Yes.
And let's take a 2-minute break and then come back and do our special session with the executive.
Anyone have Advil, ibuprofen, anything?
I don't know.